Test 1, 2. Test, test.
No.
Yeah, Dr. Barnes?
Yeah, maybe. There was some in Laney, but we haven't heard that.
I do.
Oh, no, there was looking at a change.
after all these years.
But I mean, it's literally just the logistics of which class we're going to offer, which is easy. Yeah. Embed, not hide, right? Yeah. The way that rolled out because we're looking at it, it's like we're not
Opportunity for us to gather together in this space. We ask that you would give us the wisdom.
I think a couple of people. One, there's a transition between two slides in the Google slide deck that they used that I felt like could have been better worded. Or have words that exist so that it doesn't look like, oh. But next year, and the next year, and the next year, when somebody says, does NHCS have special program, our answer is yes.
I'm not asking you because I'm pressuring you, but I just was wondering, did you get a chance to do those?
So whoever put that out there, and I don't know who that person was that started the educational justice one.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hey, dude.
Hey, friend, how you doing?
Everybody's dressed up. How you doing?
I actually,
Yeah.
so Amanda said, oh, so you get a 7-up vote, you show up really nicely.
Well, yeah.
Well, it's time.
Yeah. Well, and Dr. Merrick, have you?
No, I haven't checked on him.
I've not seen the man without a hat on.
Oh, he doesn't have the fedora?
Yeah.
Yes.
Didn't have a hat on today. I was like, so we got this new guy in the suit.
Stepping up in class.
Yeah, we got a new guy in the suit. We got a guy without a hat. I'm like, oh, I get it.
That's awesome.
You know, all these new people.
Yeah, we don't want people to have the wrong. I don't know who put that out there, but I think they either came in late to the meeting or they didn't quite hear the right word, maybe. But no, under no circumstances are we killing the program.
Attorney's right there.
The only issue I have with that, and maybe it's not an issue, the only cause I have with that is that we've dropped or added classes in the specialty programs before, and it's not something that we always make readily available. It's not. Maybe so. That's why you are who you are.
No. Are you going to math counts on Thursday? Math counts. I'm going to Florida. I have locked it in. Third week in February, I will be in Florida.
Oh, I thought she had done that already. Oh, gotcha. Okay, perfect. Yay. Okay, thank you. Hey, whatever happened with the video? Oh, yay. Okay. Yay, thank you. Thank you.
There she is. My table mate.
I can't make that jump with anybody else.
Exactly.
They're working on trying to sync my calendar.
You do know that they can get charged and stay charged, right?
Yes, but I also know it's been unplugged for a bit. I'm paranoid. I'm paranoid. That's
Oh,
what I
also we do have a student assignment in closed session as well. And that's the first thing I'm going to ask for. I was going to bring Robert, but you know about Just tell him you want him to be up to speed. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
If you're lucky. Wake up call to some people who will choose.
But I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, and you know, so I'm going to ask for, I want to know, nobody, I mean, people was talking about attorneys.
Yes. Hi. How are you?
Good. I got a question. I think I may have inadvertently left my power cord to the laptop at the house. Is there any chance we have another one lying around?
We don't have extra, but I'm pretty sure you can use mine.
If not, I've got one. I'm probably not myself anyway.
I just don't want to run out of power. I have a feeling that this might be a long meeting.
Don't jinx it.
You
might be right.
I just want to make sure it's not happening here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm good now seeing you. Always good to see you. Always good to see you.
I'm excited about stuff from the, there's a lawsuit against the board, and they didn't tell me next week.
That's what I'm hoping for. Yep, that's what we gotta do.
That's the plan.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Unless you know, because it's legal.
Yes, thank you. It gives you, as an officer, it's got the same protection as an individual.
How about chickens? It's a drunk chicken. Well, apparently we're gonna have to have it. It's actually getting expensive.
You can pack your pillows with the chicken feathers. You can eat them. They help dispose of garbage. They also fertilize your gardens.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was there.
Well, it's funny because we're getting called, Jonica and I are getting called now by people. Hey, you guys got any eggs? They're bumped up, they're like $8 and some. Get more eggs than we know what to do with 50 eggs. Call me. You got it. All right, we're on the same page.
Yeah, we all are.
Thank you. Yes, that's you. I put it out of order for that. It's out of order, but it's there.
This is a new one. I think I do have that.
I feel a little embarrassed having to ask for power.
Mr. Wilford.
This one I've had is still the old one.
I'll give it back to you. I just need to charge.
The brick really charges quickly. Oh, you don't plug. All right.
Thank you. It
Yeah, of course.
It doesn't die. I'm going to call the agenda review meeting to order. Ms. Bowie, will you please call the roll?
Good afternoon. Melissa Mason.
Here.
Josie Barnhart.
Here.
Pat Bradford.
I am here.
Judy Justice. Dr. Tim Merrick.
Here.
David Perry.
Here.
And Pete Wildebohr.
Present.
All right. We're going to have the invocation by Christian Rutherford, youth minister at Harbor Methodist Church and co-pastor at Surf Church. And after that, the Pledge of Allegiance by Dr. Merrick.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to open today's meeting in a prayer. My name is Christian Rutherford, and I am the youth pastor at Harbor United Methodist Church, as well as one of the pastors of Surf Church here in Wilmington. Let us pray. Jesus, we thank you so much for this day and this opportunity for us to gather together in this space. We ask that you would give us the wisdom and the discernment that we need to make critical decisions that are going to impact the lives of our children and our youth in this city. Keep our hearts open and our minds open to being receptive. Give us grace where we need to be given grace, and just allow this meeting to move with fluidity and at peace. Lord, we just love you. We thank you for everything that you are doing and the blessings that you have bestowed upon us. Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Bradford.
I would like to add something to the agenda.
Okay.
I would like to add under old or new business, I don't care, a discussion on committee assignments.
I'll second that. Any discussion? Ms. Justice?
Yes, I don't think that's appropriate. I don't mind. We have policies to cover that, and I don't think that it serves any purpose for us to question our policies, and that's what it basically amounts to. The chair is given the ability to make assignments. I have worked with 5 chairs, and they have, every one of them has made the assignments and changed the assignments and made them back again without question. And believe me, there was plenty of times I wanted to. But since our policy is that way, we need to adhere with it. And if there is some reason that there's a disagreement with that policy, then we need to send that to policy committee and change it.
Dr. Merrick?
Yes, I know that some of the discussion was concerned around whether or not it's stated, those committee assignments stated that they were in process. I'd just like to say for the record that every list is in process because the chair has the right to change them at any time. So rather than move to have a discussion, I would recommend that someone move to change policy. And lacking that, I say this is not the time or space to bring your dirty laundry to the public.
Mr. Perry?
I understand Dr. Merrick's concerns. I do. To be honest with you, I would really like this controversy to get behind us so we can move together as a board. However, as you said, airing our dirty laundry might not be ideal, but it's already been out in the news. It's already in public view. I don't see any point in delaying this much further, because as long as we delay it, we're not going to get past it. So therefore, I am for a limited discussion on what I think a lot of our problems is just what was communicated to us, which sowed the seeds of distrust, maybe speculation by board members on what was going on, because we weren't communicated well on what the process of the chair was intended to be. And so I'd like to give everybody an opportunity to restore that trust and to move forward. I will tell you that I am for a reasonable discussion of this topic, but if it turns into a circus, I'm going to be the first one to motion that we end it.
Any further discussion? Ms. Bradford?
One of my primary reasons for bringing it up is, as my colleague here said, it's been in the media. There have been social media reports. There have been different agencies commenting, and we've had no answers to our questions among us, which is where it should reside. I've been on this board 3 times going through this process, and this process was different than it's ever been before. Just yesterday, I found out I'd been removed from a committee and switched on to another one, and today's the 58th day since we voted on our board chair, the 58th day, and I think that's too long of a process. It's bred a lot of confusion, and so I think we should have a discussion. So I will vote in favor of this.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. Ms. will you please call the roll?
Ms. Mason?
No.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Justice?
No.
Dr. Merrick?
Decidedly not.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
So that passes 4-3. Where was it going to be put, Ms. Bradford?
Either older new business.
And what action is set to be taken on that? Because usually when we have old business or new business, there's an action item, and since we, have not had time to prepare to deliberate on anything, I would suggest it go under information.
It's not information. New business should be fine.
So what is the action then?
We're going to have a discussion.
Usually there's a vote under old or new business.
Not always.
Okay. Any other changes to the agenda?
I don't have a...
Dr. Merrick?
Yeah, sorry. I don't have an addition to the agenda. I have questions about the agenda. We have a review of proposed agenda items, but there is nothing on our agenda for what items we'll look at. We do have what is
Right, that's what we will
printed
be
here.
reviewing, yes.
My question is, I know that Mr. Perry had agenda recommendations because he sent them to me, and I know that I had recommendations because I sent them to you and then you sent them to everyone else. I haven't received anything else. And so in order for accountability, it seems to me that we should all be kept aware of what items were recommended for agenda so that we can make sure that they are on either this month or next month's agenda.
Respectfully, sir, that is under the purview of the chair and the superintendent.
Except that by policy, it must be in the next 2 months.
Correct.
Thank you.
Which is where many items have been placed. I'm still looking for a motion to approve the agenda.
I make
As
a
amended.
motion.
May I make a request teeing off of what Dr. Merritt just said?
Yes, Ms. Bradford.
It might be helpful to me if when we have things on the agenda, we know who proposed them, because earlier in the week, or last week, there were 14 things I thought were going to be on the agenda, and then when the agenda comes out, there's a whole lot less, and I don't know who did what to whom, and, you know, if one board member has 4 things on there and other board members have none, I'd kind of like to know that. So would you have any objection to just putting beside each agenda item who had proposed it, or is that in the comments when you drill down and it says who's going to bring it forward?
Should be in the comments.
I make a motion to approve the amended agenda.
I'll second that.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 7-0. Moving forward, we are going to go through the February regular meeting agenda. So Ms. Barnhart, can you keep track of the time for me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we have the call to order. Apologies. All right. Roll call, approval of the agenda. Invocation is not yet set. Ms. Booth? Okay. Presentation of colors, national anthem. As of right now, under the pledge, we don't have anybody. Is anybody willing to lead the pledge for, I think you did it last time, Ms. Bradford. We'll lead the pledge. Approval of the minutes.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
There are no minutes to approve yet.
Correct. They will be there. All right. Recognitions. Yes. Mr. Wildebohr.
The way you get to the orange sheet on the computer is that you have to go into Assembly, sign in, and then you have that available to you, otherwise you wouldn't be able to see it.
Right.
It's yellow usually because it hasn't been posted to the public. Right.
Yeah.
But there are no minutes posted?
Correct, not yet. They will be posted. They will be posted. Recognitions. How long is that going to take? 15. Okay. Student voice, have we heard back from student voice on whether they will be, okay.
Yes, student voice is prepared to present.
Okay. Teacher voice, do we have a teacher set up for that yet? Okay. Interim superintendent's report? I know. Do we have to change that now? Not yet, not yet.
No.
Not yet,
Official, no.
not yet.
It says it different up there, so we gotta
Yes, 5 minutes will be fine.
Okay. And I will need 5. Call to audience, 60. Under information, we don't have anything. Consensus items. Change order summary report. Ms. Bradford?
Madam Chair, I would like to, on these consensus items, I don't want to pull anything off, but I would like to recognize some of the things that are going on in each one of them because I think they're extremely important. The change order summary, again, if you click on that little paperclip, it's going to tell you what that is. And anytime we're spending the people's money, I think it's important to recognize how we're spending the people's money. And if you click on the little folder, it's going to tell you how we're spending the people's money. And if you don't know what a change order is, it's when we have a contract and then for some reason the amount of money goes up or down, then we have to have a change order for it. And for example, is this the one that has the $10,000 that we saved on?
Unforeseen.
Yeah. So sometimes we save money, and so these are really good things for people to look at. I'm not going to belabor what they are, but I just wanted to point that out for that one.
Well, that one we didn't see.
Say again?
Okay. Yes, Dr. Barnes.
So in today's agenda, you're going to see restart school authorization. Our 2 restart schools are Freeman and Snipes. You will then see it again next week under consent agenda, so you'll hear about it today. But I'm saying it so I can remind Crystal, because I'll forget, that it'll go into consent agenda for next week. Because it's listed as information, so you guys won't be voting on it today, you'll vote on it Tuesday in consent. Thank you.
And
Yes, Ms. Bradford?
The budget amendment, I think is really important every time we have a budget amendment that it not be just a consensus that we talk about it. There's some serious stuff in here. And again, I have to ask the same question. Have we changed the fund balance by doing these budget amendments?
We have not.
Thank you. There's a couple in here that are really important. And so if anyone has interest in our finances, it'd be a really good place to hang out.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. Barnhart.
I'd like to shine light on the additional allotments for principal and teacher bonuses. DPI has provided an additional $800,000 to fund bonuses for our principals and teachers. And it's based on our test data because we kicked butt across the state. So kudos to that. $800,000 is a lot of money, and our teachers and our staff deserve it.
the year-to-date contracts and purchase orders, this is when we spend less than $300,000. You're going to get a report every year that shows us this, or maybe even periodically. But it's interesting to note the highest one in there is only $1,500 under the threshold, but that's where you find out where we're spending money for the district outside of things that we approve one at a time.
I'm going to pause because I need to know if anybody has any questions about any of these things other than. Are we, Dr. Merrick?
Yeah, my question would be that, we'll put them into the consent agenda, but we can always move to take them off the consent agenda next week. If we say, wow, $4 million, that's a lot. Who's going to pay for that? And we want to talk about it, we can always pull it off.
This is also right now the time, if there's any questions or concerns that you have about those items, to ask those questions.
Before we approve, or should I ask now?
Before we approve, ask them now.
Okay,
This is
$4 million, who's paying for it?
That's the point of this meeting.
Yep.
So that's, that's obviously a large change. Now, is that coming directly because the county has been, supplying money for this, or do they know it's coming, or are we trying to find it in our budget?
I'm sorry, which
The $4 million change order at New Hanover High School.
So Eddie, can you talk to the change? This is a report of change orders that have occurred. It's already been presented to the board and approved. So, yes, the county had agreed to pay for that, and the change orders from Montgomery Construction,
So we're not on the hook for finding another $4 million right now. Thank you so much, Mr. Anderson.
yes, it's already.
All right, is there any questions that anybody has for the procurement plan for the child nutrition program?
I would just like to meet the director.
Okay.
I ran in requests and superintendent, but he ignored me.
You want to meet the nutrition director?
Yeah.
Sure. Hey, give her a call. She's right next door.
Yeah, don't we have a presentation about that today, or is it just as we're approving?
I don't have a presentation.
All right. Okay. Okay. But I would like to meet her, yes. Great, thank you.
Any questions on the year-to-date contracts and purchase orders? Okay. Contracts extending into fiscal year 2026. Any questions on those? All right. Exemptions from formal qualification-based selection for professional services. Any questions on that? Mr. Perry? So.
Okay. And this is for, when you say professional, which, is that anything, or?
This is for professional services. So if you need architectural, engineering, surveying, construction management, build services, or public-private partnerships, the last two people are not included.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're good with keeping consensus items for 5 minutes? Okay. Moving on to policy. Under policy consensus, there are a lot. Mr. Wildebohr, can you comment on any
If you'd like
at
to,
all?
had a great policy meeting today, and I do want to thank Justice Perry for participating in that meeting. It was very, very beneficial. We got through a lot, and so most of these policies have very before, and then I think we really need to spend a little bit of time, policy consensus. Most of those are just basically very small changes. If anybody has any questions about any of those, I know that Ms. Justice wants to pull off 4351, so we can do that and have further discussion at that time about that. Then we also have the discussion of the 9125. Mr. Perry wanted to pull that off and discuss it further. And then we also had several that we brought forward, including the device, which I can't find here. Oh, here it is, anti-choking 6129, thank you, finally found it. And I think we've actually come to a good conclusion with that one, the anti-choking devices overall, the way to handle that. Our attorneys were exceptionally helpful in that, so I do thank you. Do you have any questions about any particular ones?
Ms. Bradford.
Yeah. And going right there, page 21 from policy 6129, our board attorney said he was going to check with our insurance carriers, and have you done that?
Not yet, I corresponded by email with them this morning, but I don't have a definitive answer.
Okay. So I would say we hold that one if we haven't heard by then. Moving on, page 52 of the policy, 3225 /4312 /7320. Quite interesting that this policy is here because a lot of folks are here today to talk about AI. And here it's talking about AI, and we're adding generative AI. So those of you who haven't read it might want to read it because we're adding it. It was just a point of order there on that one. Moving into policy 3420, which is
Student promotion and accountability.
yes, student professional. Item F. In the policy committee meeting the other day, I was reminded under reading camps that our dearly departed Mr. McManus, this was one of his pet peeves. He wanted all students that couldn't read to go to summer camp. So I'm wondering if we can look at the reading camps and there's anything that we can do to tighten that up so that our failing students who can't read can be urged to. I know we can't force them to go to reading camps, but I would be interested in that coming back around as a discussion item because it was dear to his heart and it's dear to mine. If you can't read, you know, things are not going to go well for you.
Ms. Barnhart? Along the vein of the discussion for that specific policy, I know that we have a lot of different interventions that we do with our students, and so it might be better suited, rather than to talk about changing policy of an optional intervention that we are not allowed to force our students to do, maybe I would offer an alternative suggestion as a presentation of some of the interventions that our schools are actively participating in, so that we can see the bang for our buck. And I know the biggest struggle in being in the teaching realm is getting kids to come to summer school. So the reality is sometimes that we're not even receiving these children, and so there are better ways to intervene that are more effective to continuously bridge that learning gap. So I'm not saying I disagree with having it in policy, but I don't necessarily want that to be the focus because I know there's active interventions that are happening in our schools, and so rather than address summer camps, I would rather like to see how we are actively participating with students who are already coming to school and how we're getting them then. So that would be my alternative for that.
I was going to speak to that a little bit. Just in my days as an elementary principal, there were a lot of different things that we were able to do. Like we could actually have longer blocks of reading, you know, really focus on the reading. So that was one possibility. After school things, you know, I know the state as a whole in years past have tried things like mandating a third grade reading camp where if you don't come, then you stay in third grade. Right. You know, but then is that the most effective thing to do, is to keep those children back in third grade and keep them, you know, what if they don't do it second year? Then are you going to keep them back in second year? So that, you know, there's a lot of different things that have been tried to help. And obviously I agree 112%, as did Mr. McManus, that if the children are not reading, there's a high correlation to them just not being successful in math, reading, or science, social studies, any number of activities, and in life in general. So I think it is extremely important.
Dr. Merritt?
Yeah, I think maybe this is a time where the board doesn't rely on its own expertise, but looks to the district to bring us options. That rather than, coming up with a up or down vote, we asked Dr. Barnes or his staff to come with some of the different alternatives.
So a couple of things. One, I want to make sure we think about the fact that we're also highlighting things like chronic absenteeism, because if we could put 20 or 30 more days in those kids' schooling in a year, we may see some of those numbers need to decline. But what I would propose, if it's good with the board, you need your pen out, is next board work session, next board agenda review session. We can do a presentation on an update on where we are with our reading scores for the mid-year, because we should have already done the mid-year reviews. Do you think we'd know that? Okay. So sort of like a state of the union for where we are with literacy and some of our thoughts about encouraging summer school. We can certainly do that if you'd like, at the board's pleasure.
Are we good with that particular policy?
No, and I have two more things on that one. Right there under M, it says reporting requirements. I was going to ask you if we had done that yet, so you just answered that question. But flipping the page, under notification to parents, are we doing that, ma'am?
Yeah. Required by law, and it says go home to parents, and it also goes into the students' permanent record file.
Okay, thank you very much.
I actually had some questions myself, or at least one question. 43, 34, 50, 35, 73, 45, which is the use of unmanned aircraft or drones. A couple weeks ago, 4 board members and Dr. Barnes went to ethics training, and they talked about different kinds of insurance. Do we have drone insurance?
That's interesting.
Because that was one that they brought up.
We do not have a separate drone insurance policy.
Okay.
As long as we're following the state requirements as far as how high they have to be and those types of things, which we always double check to make sure we're doing that, then our insurance covers that.
Thank you. Anybody, Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, if the Chair of Policy wouldn't mind speaking to the Federal Grant Administration, the 8305, the changes and where they came from for that document. 8305 is the bottom of the page. There's a heavy blue paragraph, and just to give us some context of where it's coming from. 8305. It is the Federal Grant Administration.
Page 5 of 6 on policy 8305.
Yes, thank you. My apologies.
Violations of policy?
Yes.
This all came from NHCS.
Okay, I didn't know if there was an issue of employees in implementation of this. Thank you for that clarity.
Ms. Bradford?
Looking at policy 5022, registered sex offenders, everyone will know that this tightens this policy so that we are even tighter in keeping sex offenders out of our classrooms and our schools. But I'm curious about the exceptions, and I don't know who this goes to. Dr. Barnes, if this goes to you, or whom, maybe Ms. Barnum. But under policy 5022, item D, exceptions, it talks about how a person who has been banned from the school may be on school property under the following circumstances. And it's sort of interesting, and it talks about voters. So when voters come onto our campus, if they're a sex offender, they can come onto our campuses. And do we still have voting when kids are in the school and they share the space?
We have tried to eliminate any sort of large voting times, like on years like this past year, obviously. We called that a no day of school. To allow our students the safety, but also allow our adults the chance to vote as well. So, these are very clear. These are not ones that we created ourselves. These are from the general statute. But we monitor, this is to make sure that we can monitor those exceptions carefully so that we can sort of hem in when those people are there and they're monitored and supervised.
Okay. Because it was concerning language.
Right.
Municipal elections, though.
Yeah, some munis we do.
And I would say that also, we have a very strong system of sign-ins in the office that actually will ping a principal if someone tries to scan their license and they're on a registered list. It automatically tells the school and pings the principal and the assistant principals. And then also, of course, we also have our fingerprinting and background checking as well for volunteers and for staff.
I remember, maybe not last year, but the year before, getting some emails from parents just saying, why are you having these people in our schools? They're just wandering around our schools on voting day. And so that's my concern. If they're registered sex offenders coming to vote in a school on the odd years where we have mini elections, how do we tighten that down? Or how do we stop having school and voting at the same time, is probably what I'm asking.
So each year, we work with the calendar committee and
I love it.
process to make any voting day a designated piece of work day, so there's no students to be in the building. Over the past several years, there's been 2 occasions where we have small municipal elections where that was not possible. And so in response to that, for the past couple of years, Carla and I talked about it, we have been working with board of elections and changed some polling sites to really isolate the voting location. So I'm thinking of like Masonboro is a great example. So if you're going to Masonboro to vote, you pull in the bus parking lot, you go into the multipurpose room, you go out of the multipurpose room. You don't go anywhere inside the school other than the multipurpose room. And we have achieved that at most all of our schools. There are a couple of schools where it is a short distance to get to where they're going. Like Eaton and Coddington, when you come in, you have to go up the hallway and then you're gonna turn to the right around the corner. So you can't enter the multipurpose room from the exterior. You have to come into the lobby. So we've changed some things over at Sunset, how we were doing things. Elections were held in the media center. We've now moved those and changed on that day some activities that students are having so that voters enter and exit the building from the exterior, and we're using the multipurpose room there. So we've made a lot of changes and there have been a lot of improvements, but as you say, ideally we have any voting when no students are on campus.
Well, that's good. I've been appointed to the calendar.
Mr. Perry?
Yeah, so just not knowing the procedure, do we, I mean, obviously, we have a choice when it comes to, what's a teacher work day and which days our students have the day off or have a remote learning day or whatever. But do we have any choice in regard to, say, Coddington? That's where my grandson goes. So do we even have a choice when it comes to allowing them to, can the Board of Elections just force us to be a polling place, or do we have to actually agree to that?
It is written into the state law that school or public schools are available for use by the Board of Elections.
And I think I'm sorry.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you. I had brought this up to Mr. Anderson's attention because of the concern, just like we're talking about today, of how can we utilize spaces that have a sole entrance and exit so that there's no cross-contamination for our students in the event that we have students in school. And so this is something that I'm happy with my new board members to come on and continue the conversation with the Board of Elections, because we are elected officials. Public schools, by general statute, like Mr. Anderson said, are polling sites. However, there's other places that can be opportunities, and so working with the school system to make sure that the only sites that we are first offering up are those ones with solid entrance and exits that we don't have to walk through any hallways to get to for those voters was a priority in discussion with this, but I'm happy to reach back out to the Board of Elections with anybody else who wants to continue that conversation. I think it's a good thing that we need to continue to bring up because they're not thinking about that whenever we're planning. And I know for the larger elections, school has been closed, but municipal and sometimes early voting dates. And I think our election that we were in got postponed, and so sometimes things change, and so the students are in school when voting opportunities happens. But I'm happy to pick that up with any board member who'd like to continue that conversation.
Dr. Merrick?
Yeah, just quickly wanted to amend what you said, Dr. Barnes, around the checking in and being flagged, because I have been in 2 different buildings where those didn't work. And so I really do need to make sure that, you know, if that's being relied upon as one of our defense mechanisms, we really need to make sure those card readers, license readers, are working in every building that we have.
Oh, thank you. And if anybody notices that they're not working, please let us know.
Mary C. Roy.
And if I could,
Mr. Woodward?
Ms. Barnhart, I'd love to join you in that because, you know, in my neighborhood, we always voted down at the little Castlehane Park annex thing, and all of a sudden recently it's been changed to Castlehane Elementary School, which, you know, it's like, well, you know, why? Probably because the number of people that come through, I would imagine. But I think, you know, having that discussion with the Board of Elections to say that if we can, you know, avoid that at all possible. You know, I know the park is not great at that little place, so that's probably half the reason. But anyway, I think that might be a good discussion.
Ms. Justice?
This is an interesting discussion. As a retired history teacher here, our public schools are like anchors in communities. This is the reason it's in state statute. I know that there are situations that, there's always going to be a situation of danger on campuses, and there might be more, well, there's more people on campus during this time. But I, personally as a citizen, don't want to discourage use of our public schools as voting places. I know from when I taught civics, it was a great opportunity for me to point out to our kids when, lessons, that this is what they were doing, they were coming in and why. And usually they would do it, we have our calendars adjusted around it, that's just practical. I mean, that's what we do. But with the few days that when I was teaching and it was happening in school simultaneously, it was a wonderful teaching opportunity to our students. So, I mean, I know that we're afraid these days of so many things, but we also have to wrap our brains around the fact that we also need to have teaching opportunities and we're part of this community and embrace that also.
Any further discussion on this particular policy? Ms. Bradford, go ahead.
With the history of New Hanover County, anything we can do to keep sex offenders off our campuses is what we need to do.
Ms. Justice?
I just gave facts, and there's a lot more to our history than the voting problem. In fact, I don't think that's ever been an issue. I'm sure that we watch and we protect it, but that history really isn't touched on our voting locations.
Okay. Any other policies that people have questions about specifically? Ms. Bradford?
No, I'm just waiting for 9125.
Okay. Let's go on to 9125 then. Did you want to say anything, Mr. Perry?
Yes. This was not a consensus item, but I pulled it off at our policy committee because I believe that given the decision in 2023 by the United States Supreme Court in the cases against UNC and Harvard and the racially based admissions, that these kinds of schemes were showing favoritism towards one particular ethnic or minority group violate the 14th Amendment. And we all took an oath here to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America. So, yes, we also, in general, should obey state law, and I realize that the state law requires us to have 9125. But I do not believe that we are required to follow unconstitutional laws. In fact, I think we have an obligation not to.
Ms. Justice?
I would be the first one here to say we have to follow the laws. Having that I've taught them so often. This is an interpretation, a recent interpretation of the Supreme Court about a different type of institution, not our public schools. So not at this level. So at this point, I don't think we're in any position to make that determination. And according to the law, we have to follow state law and federal law. So Mr. Perry, are you actually asking us not to do this? I'm a little confused. What's your ask?
Hold on.
Maybe you can figure it out.
Dr. Merrick, did you want to? Okay. Mr. Perry, did you want to respond?
Yes, I believe that something that's clearly unconstitutional isn't something that we should be following, regardless of what the state law says that we should or not, because we all took an oath to uphold the Constitution, and our system of governance, the United States Constitution and our state constitution, trumps any other state statute.
Mr. Wildebohr and then Dr. Merrick.
I would ask, Madam Chairman, if you turn this over to our attorney to...
I can't say I agree with Mr. Perry's comment that if a law is deemed unconstitutional by an individual, we have to follow it or not. I would say that I'm researching right now Mr. Perry's question, and that is, if we eliminate that specific policy, do we still have to follow North Carolina state law with respect to minority in contracts? So the broad swipe is, I don't agree with Mr. Perry. The more concise swipe is that I'm going to look at that so that you guys can make a decision as to whether or not you want to keep policy 9125. I hope that answers your questions.
Ms. Sutton, you had a comment?
I did want to add, so General Statute 143-128.2 speaks to the requirement of following this policy if you are to accept state grants or state funding. So I think that's the reason behind why we're following this, why we have that policy.
Ms. Bradford?
Clarification, Ms. Sutton. So are you saying if we were to vote to remove this from our policy, we could no longer get state grants?
And I think the attorney and I can research this, but according to this general statute, it appears to me that it's a requirement of accepting state funds.
Thank you.
Dr. Merrick?
Yeah, absolutely, it should be in the legal domain, and we need your help, Mr. Kromke. But David, to answer you directly, I am not interested in breaking the Constitution, but I just disagree that it's clearly unconstitutional. I don't think it's clear as mud, okay? So in the case that we do have state law and then we have a question about constitutionality, I would have to go in favor of what is clear in the law. So at this point, especially based on funding, I'm going to move that we put 9125 back into the consensus.
But point of clarity, Madam Chair.
Ms. Barnhart?
We're not voting on the policies today. This is just openly having the discussion to raise the concerns that people were sharing about our policy. And so I just want to make that aware to our new colleagues. So this is not being voted on today, just bringing to the attention where the concerns are coming from so that can have the open dialogue. I do believe that this conversation is going to be more germane at the board meeting, and so to pick it up back then.
I agree. Mr. Wildebohr?
There's a
Mr.
motion
Wildebohr?
on the table and a second.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Okay, I was just going to say, I think that maybe given our attorney and Ms. Sutton the week to be able to fully research this would give us more clarity one way or the other. You do have a motion on the table.
Ms. Justice?
I think he was just asking to return it back so we could discuss it next time, because remember, we had pulled it. That's what.
Ms. Justice, is your microphone
Oh, sorry about that. I'm leading back to, I'm sorry about that. I believe that Dr. Merritt was referring to the fact he just wanted to add it back to, that's all, not having a vote to vote on it, but to add it back to the.
Moving it back
Yeah.
to consensus items. Okay. Ms. Barnhart?
I just have one point of discussion. Hearing the conversation, a couple things. We are bound by law to follow all the laws with state and federal guidelines. So whether or not we have this policy formally in our policy manual, we're still bound by federal and state law. So I just want to point that in as far as whatever it lands us in any of the state law, we are bound by that. And I can see and appreciate where my colleagues are coming from, but I just want to point that out there in the discussion process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further discussion on the motion, Mr. Perry?
I believe It passed through policy to move towards thing. I think we should continue this discussion at our next meeting, and Mr. Comte can give us a report, and we can take such action at that time.
Okay. So there is a motion on the table. All those in, Dr. Merrick.
I appreciate what you're saying, Mr. Perry, and if you would make an amendment to my motion, I would retract my amendment.
Can you, point of order, can you please state your motion again?
The motion was to move 9125 back into the consensus agenda because we had already discussed it here enough. But if you feel it needs more, another look in the policy committee, I will retract my motion and move that we move it back to policy.
Mr. Perry?
I'm saying we should, before we vote to send it, I think we should vote on sending it back to the policy committee at our meeting next week after Mr. Comte can give us a report.
Okay. So there is a motion on the table to move policy 9125 into policy consensus. Ms. Bowie, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Mason?
No.
Ms. Barnhart?
No.
Ms. Bradford?
No.
Ms. Justice?
No.
Dr. Merrick?
No.
Mr. Perry?
No.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes, no.
All right, so that passes 7-0 as, all right, is there, moving to,
Madam Chair?
yes, Ms. Bradford.
If Dr. Merrick wanted to make that motion, I would be happy to second it, to move it back to policy.
I move that we take 9125 back to policy.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Justice.
Here we just, I thought we were going to, okay, what we had just agreed to was put it back,
To leave it as is.
to leave it as is, and then we would discuss it during our next meeting. So you're taking a step further back and putting it into policy
Back into
committee.
policy. Okay.
This is, which goes further back, but I'm just, don't really, it just slows it down. Is this going to have any kind of effect on any of our contracts? How's that sound?
No.
Or any kind of state funding at this point?
It's currently in policy.
So we're okay.
We are following, it's currently, if you compare the North Carolina General Statute with policy, which one is it?
9125.
9125. They're almost identical. And we are currently following that policy and will continue to follow that policy unless it is modified. Now, if the policy is eliminated, we still have to follow the general statute because we do receive state funds. Our lottery funds are state funds for construction. So we still have, and this is only dealing with, primarily dealing with building contracts.
My question would be, if it goes back to policy, what changes are going to be made to the policy? Dr. Merrick?
I believe that Mr. Perry wanted the legal department to take a closer look, and all I'm doing is giving that an opportunity to see the light of day. I don't expect anything's going to change. I think this policy, with the minor revision, is required in a lot of ways, but I want to give you your time to take a look at it with the lawyer.
Dr. Merrick, acknowledging my current workload, it would, putting me under a week deadline to research this law, and what I understand is our pros and cons of trying to not follow it would take more than a week. So with that said, I hope that it gets pushed back to the policy committee for more consideration.
Okay, Mr. Perry?
Given that what Mr. Kromke just said, in that he cannot give us a legal analysis by our meeting next Tuesday, but I'm guessing that you could give us a legal analysis by our next policy committee meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so then I'm fine with that.
Okay, so there is a motion to move policy 9125 back to policy. I guess all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
That passes, we lost one for a minute, 5-1. All right. Policies for first reading, generally, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Wildeboard, those are just, we're looking at them and then we send them back through.
Right.
Correct?
And we've actually changed, Madam Chair, we've changed the date of the policy committee to give more time for the public to be able to hear them and to give us feedback. So, yes, you are exactly right.
And if you could just, I know 5120 was one that the public had brought to our attention. I see that it had been approved by the board in 2021, and so that's why this is coming back, is that it was never sent forward to NCSBA for the online policy manual, correct?
The attorney at the time had it and did not bring it forth to us.
Okay, so that is why that is there. Dr. Merrick?
It's not clear to me that it was actually passed. Is it, because if it was passed, that's a whole, I thought we heard in policy that no one knew exactly where it was at.
Dr. Barnes?
It had actually been sent, it was approved by policy. It was supposed to go to NCSBA to get it included into our policy manual. We pulled it back and said, hey, double check and make sure this matches our MOU, and then it never got back to the lawyers to put in our SBA. So it did go through the board completely. I just wanted to make sure I floated it back to you guys before I just stuck it into policy because it hadn't been.
It's already been approved.
Yeah, it's already been approved.
Right.
If it's,
Ms. Justice?
Yeah, I just want to put in, I think that was the time, during the time that Mr. Shy was leaving the firm, so that might be the confusion, why it disappeared. We did approve it, but I do remember that.
And Dr. Merrick, did you have a comment?
yeah, if it's been approved, I can imagine why stakeholders would be upset with us that we were going to go back and look at it and approve it again.
That's why it's under policies for first reading. It'll go through first reading, go back to policy, go through second reading, and come back to us for approval.
I understand that, but are you saying that it was only approved by policy committee or was it approved by the full board?
No, it was approved by the full board.
Yeah, it was.
So if it's approved by the full board, it should be in our policy manual, and then we should decide to look at it again if we have questions about it.
I'm fine. I was just wanting to make sure that I brought it back as transparently as possible to make sure you guys knew that it was out there. Somehow we followed the threads of the email to see where it went. I don't know as if it's really, I think, Mr. Kromke, if you can give them advice, I don't know how whether it needs to go back at all. I just wanted to make sure I floated it back.
I think I said last week at the policy meeting that I was not comfortable in approving it or trying to tell anybody what happened 3 years ago. It may have been approved, as Ms. Justice said, but it somehow got lost in translation. My comfort level would fall with this board approving it and revisiting it if need be by this board. Because it doesn't sound like it ever got into our policy. Because of that, that's my opinion. I don't know what happened. It was 3 years ago.
Ms. Barnhart, did you have anything? You look like you did, so if you don't.
No, I do. There's a lot in this discussion. I am fine with keeping this as policies for first reading so we can have open discussion about it, because otherwise, seemingly it looks like we're being shady when it was a board 3 years ago that didn't get uploaded and processed. So I think that this is a good place for landing. My other question, Madam Chair, is under policy, how long do you think this discussion will take for our agenda?
4.5 hours. I think 15 minutes.
Mr. Wildebohr says 15 minutes?
Just the one, right?
For the whole policy, just for
For
clarity,
all of it.
Madam Chair. 15 minutes for the whole policy
That's what
discussion.
Mr. Wildebohr is saying. I have Dr. Merrick and then Dr. Barnes.
I believe there's a difference between having it be approved and having it, the clerk putting it into the books. There are many policies that are in our manual that were not passed by this board, clearly. And so if this was passed by the full board, my reading of it is that it is now our policy, regardless if the clerks put it into our policy manual. We have stakeholders here saying, hey, where is it? I think we owe the public to say, hey, if it was passed, fine. If we have problems with it, we review it.
Ms. Justice?
I move that thank you, Pete. I move that we put 5120 into the policy manual as it stands.
I'll second that.
Ms. Justice, and then Mr. Perry.
Okay, the reason we even discovered it wasn't in there is because people were finding it being referred to in our policy manual, and it was missing. And at this point, I tend to agree that we've got so many of the things that we need to be looking at fresh, new, and forward. When this has already been done, it was approved, and we could possibly then have somebody, I'm not sure who would, and can go back to those meetings, because everything is recorded in minutes, and find out if it was approved, and if it is, then that would give you a good reason we should put it in the manual. It was? It was?
Yeah.
Well, if it's been documented and it was, then I see no reason why it shouldn't be placed in there.
Mr. Perry?
If we can prove, I'm agreeing with Mr. Cromp here, if we can prove for certain that it was approved, I got no problem putting it back into the policy committee right now. But I think you had some questions as to whether we can actually prove that.
Ms. Bradford?
I am really confused and torn, but I'm going to go with the lawyer always, generally, because that's what we pay him for, to advise us to keep us from having problems. I don't understand what the controversy is here. Is anybody objecting to the actual policy? Are they just objecting to the fact it wasn't in and now we want it in and so on? Somebody clear it up for me, because I'm confused.
Mr. Wildborn?
As I understand that one thing, it was passed, it went to the other attorney, not you, it was not your slip up, they kind of held it. It may have been at a time when we were going from one attorney to another attorney. Anyway, it never got put in, but I'm going to believe Dr. Barnes, who researched it, he said that it was passed by the former board, and I don't think, unless we undo what they did, I think then we need to, that's why I seconded Dr. Merrick, thank you for going there. Dr. Merrick's motion, because, if it's passed by a former board, I think it needs to be in the policy manual, unless we as a policy committee or as a full board decide it doesn't need to, and we can revisit and pull it back out. But short of that, I think it was passed. Dr. Barnes has done this research, and he said it was done. So.
Ms. Bradford? Ms. Justice and Mr.
follow up. Among the 7 of us, does anybody have concerns with the actual policy? I don't think that I'm hearing that. See, we're just kind of talking about semantics, right? If you have objections to the policy, please say them now and what they are. Anyone?
Okay. Ms. Justice?
Okay. You're hearing all of this. You've been talking with, and it was passed. I assure you it was. He said he looked it up and it was. And it was correct?
I acknowledge what Dr. Barnes has said, and I'm not trying to undermine Dr. Barnes. But until I see an official transcript of the minutes of that meeting, I'm hesitant to make one call or the other.
Okay, well, and that's very valid. Yeah. So is there some way we can pause this until he looks at it and then he can get back to us? I mean, how could we do this to save time if it's already been done and it's all just a matter of looking up some records and then saying, okay, let's do this?
Sure. I just didn't want it to look so suspicious, like all of a sudden, ta-da, it showed up one day with no explanation. So how about I do this? I'm going to verify with you the transcript of the minutes, and at the board's pleasure, I can bring it back to you next week, and you guys can put the baby to bed if you want.
All right, so.
I like that plan, thank you.
We do have a motion on the table to move policy 5120 and put it in the policy manual, correct? I stated that correctly? All right.
Madam Chair?
Dr. Merrick?
I will amend my motion that Dr. Barnes and Mr. Kromke will verify and
if they have no further concerns, it does not need to come back to us, and they have the right to just put it right into the manual.
I'll second that. Okay, thank you, sir. All right, so any discussion on the amended motion? Ms. Justice?
Just make sure you tell us after that happens, so we'll all be
Right.
relieved. That's all.
All right.
Certainly will.
Okay.
So the motion on the table is to move the policy 5120 to the policy manual upon confirmation of Dr. Barnes and Mr. Kromke of it having been approved. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 7-0. Moving on. We have 6129. Did anybody have any questions, concerns about that? It's first reading, so. Okay. K to 2 suspensions. How long is that going to take? That's under old business.
Is 6129?
That's the
emergency?
anti-choking device.
No one has any questions about anti-choking?
I just asked and nobody
No.
did. So, K to 2 suspensions.
Point of order, is this the policy that we adopted a policy committee regarding suspension notification, or is this something else?
No. This is just placed here under, I believe there was an update. Dr. Barnes, correct? The K to 2 suspensions. Was there an update that we had discussed?
You guys had talked about a policy amendment with some language in it. if I
But it's
remember.
under old business.
I had assumed that there was going to be discussion about it. That's why I put it under old business.
Gotcha.
I guess it can be discussed under policy under that. Either one.
So we can remove that. All right, and I will second that. Any further discussion on the K2 suspensions being removed? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 7-0. Dr. Barnes and I had discussed this, and Ms. Barnhart reminded me as well. We, prior to the new board getting on, had been having New Hanover High School updates. And so I would like to make a motion to add New Hanover High School update to old business.
Second?
Yeah. All right. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 7-0. Dr. Barnes, how long do you think that will take?
That part of the policy commission, I would
Nope,
say.
the New Hanover High School
Oh,
update.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Eddie, can you hit 5 minutes? Thank you. Mr. Anderson, sorry.
All right. Under new business, we have ad hoc committees. I'm going to go one at a time. Bus driver transportation. Ms. Justice, how much time were you anticipating that? That was your-
Possibly 10 minutes at the most, and I will need input big time from Eddie from past experiences in this, of this committee and this concern. Remember when we worked on this 3 years ago, I think it was, 4 years ago? The bus
What
transportation.
exactly are we working on?
An ad hoc committee to figure out a way to get more bus drivers, basically, because that is the biggest need, and buses, the bus aides. We did, as I said, didn't we do this 4 years ago? It's been a while, but we did do this.
I mean, we're constantly doing things to,
Yeah.
improve bus driver recruitment and retention. I don't recall ever having an ad hoc committee that we may have.
Mr. Baloo was in charge of it.
Is there, I mean, we've hired more drivers this year than we have in probably previous 10 years.
We're still having shortages.
Mr. Anderson, can you speak to what we've done so far to acquire and retain bus drivers and what we've done in the process of making routes safer? Just a
Well, in terms of, what we've done to attract people to become bus drivers. The CDL process is cumbersome and it's time consuming. The biggest change that we've made is to expedite that process. So if you come to us, we will pay all your expenses to obtain your CDL, but it still takes a long time. So what we also do, once you go in, the first step, and you study and pass the written exam, once you do that, we'll bring you on as a monitor so that you can start work. You're not waiting for a paycheck. Plus, we team you with a driver that can help you learn what they're doing. So you're getting some on-the-job training. Because the last step is you have to go out with a DMV official and do the driving test. And what we found is that going through this process, the success rate of them passing the driver's test of the road test has improved because I think they're more comfortable with it. And we now have more people going through the process and and obtaining their CDL and coming to work for us permanently. Whereas before, someone may start the process but then not finish it for a month or so, and in the meantime they found another job. So that has probably made the biggest difference. We also have a hiring bonus and a referral bonus. So if there's school system employees that refer someone to the district and they become a driver, I think it's 90 days successfully driving, they get a $1,000 bonus, plus the new employee gets a $1,000 bonus. We have increased our marketing. You may have seen on a lot of vehicles, not just for drivers, but for all of our positions, there's a QR code. We're advertising constantly that we're hiring. We're attending job fairs for New Hanover County Schools as well as others. So we're doing a lot of things to recruit drivers. I think what hurt us mostly this year and last year, as I mentioned, we've hired more drivers this year, or let's say we hired more drivers last year than we have in previous years. But we've also had a lot of retirements. So, the difference.
The balance wasn't as good as
it.
Yeah,
so I'm not sure.
Well, you're bringing a lot of expertise, which is, you got more expertise than anybody about what's going on in this district. But the point of the committee, don't not be too loud now, is the idea, and for example, in Pender County, right above us, they're doing some ideas. I know that in the past that I believe we're trying to apply for grants through the endowment forum. There's different things. There's counties across the state coming up with new innovative ways to try to get drivers and the funding necessary, because ultimately when you get down to it, our bus service is so limited to our needs. We don't have enough drivers is the main reason. You told me we have the buses. We just don't have the drivers. And this is a problem across the state. So I was thinking the purpose of the committee would be bringing all these different ideas from the different, maybe even other states, and try to come up with ways to apply it to our district. And we do have, for example, as I said, the endowment. That's one opportunity for grants. You know what I'm saying? There's other things we could be doing than what we are now, just because there's always people with better ideas that we can maybe learn from and get from. That's the idea of the committee.
Dr. Merrick?
Thanks, Mr. Anderson. The phrase that many are retiring might be more gentle than reality. I'm wondering whether this is people who have gotten older and have chosen to stop work, or if we're losing our bus drivers because of, maybe it's not an appealing job.
Of course we have drivers that come to work for us and then drive for a year and say, this is just not a good fit for me. But recently we have had a lot of people retire. They reach retirement age, or they even come to work for us after they've retired from another position. This is a part-time job for them. Fits well into their schedule because they're working kind of a split shift. But after a few years of driving, they're ready to retire for good. So we've had some retirements for that, some retirements for medical issues. That seems to have been the two biggest issues or reasons over the past year.
It's less about retaining our bus drivers because of the job, and you're saying more of them have other reasons for leaving.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess in the discussion, just kind of what I'm hearing, it doesn't sound like our staff is saying this is necessary. And I know that because I had extensive conversations about what we are doing with recruitment. So we are recruiting, we are paying for referral bonuses, we are training up our aides to become drivers, an opportunity with that. I'll also add that the CDL licensure, it used to be one individual to approve the Tri-County area. When that was brought up to the state level, they now have two people to approve it. I know, it doubled. But these are tangible things that have been being done, and so I appreciate a conversation from 4 years ago, but it sounds like the recruitment is there, and the one question I guess I have, are we turning away people who are actively pursuing to become a bus driver, Mr. Anderson, at this time?
No, ma'am.
I think this speaks to it, is saying we do have a good system in place. We are actively pursuing to better the opportunities for our bus drivers, to keep them here, to retain them. We've even recruited to our staff, so those people who are coaches and who are secretaries have an opportunity to earn potentially time and a half, is my understanding, at some opportunities to drive buses if need be. And so it's actively working, we are recruiting, we are doing a good job, and so I'm just curious, earlier this meeting, we talked about listening to our staff, and it sounds like this is not an issue that our staff is saying that we need to address, because we are actively engaging our drivers that we have and the ones that we're going to continue to pursue. And so I'm just confused why this is on the agenda.
Ms. Bradford?
I'm good.
Mr. Wildebohr?
I'd like to revisit the topic we discussed, so maybe.
And then Mr. Perry, and then Ms. Justice. So Mr. Perry?
Yeah, so I think, this is more of a question for Ms. Justice. I'm all for coming up with new ideas, and I got no problem. Good ideas are great, and maybe we can do recruitment a little bit better on this, and I think it's an important topic. Do you figure that how long would you figure that this committee would, how many times do you think it needs to meet before you can come up with some good ideas? Does this need to be a committee? I'm not against the idea creation, but unless it's going to be a very big project, and a brainstorming session for ideas, I don't think needs a whole committee.
Ms. Justice, then Ms. Bradford, then Dr. Merrick.
Okay, we need bus drivers. Our community is they're just almost giving up on even dealing with this issue. Has been going on for years. And just because it's not just because it sounds good. You've done everything within your power, within the not limited, everything that you can come up with under what we are looking at now. That's the idea of the committee, is to throw out that net and find more. If you think that this isn't an issue, drive around this city when schools get open and when they stop. Look at the cars wrapped around the schools, because parents aren't putting their kids on buses. They don't want to walk. I drive my kid for an hour, I drive my kid twice a day. Actually, I make him walk home these days because the weather, being better. In the morning, I definitely take him to the community bus stop. I see kids walking up to a mile. They have to. Some of them small, some of them big. But the point is that all of this doesn't have to happen. A lot of it has to do with the fact we just don't have enough drivers. That's all there is to it. There's no mystery. And so to say that just because the staff is dealing with what they're dealing with now and doing the best they can, that there isn't a problem, there is a huge problem.
I would,
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
I would say I agree with you. The biggest impact additional drivers would have on our district is elimination of all double backs, and we could expand our routes. But I do not think you're going to make any significant impact in the number of people that are taking their children to school and picking them up. I wish that were the case. but I don't think it's going to improve that.
And that's a conversation we also
Bradford?
need to have,
Ms.
but that's a different
Bradford?
topic than,
And I was going to say this to the next item, but I looked up real quick. Board ad hoc committees, you'll find that in policy 2230. Under C, it talks about how, as time and situations demand, the chair may create ad hoc committees with the approval of the board. And you can assign the board members and so on. And it talks like Mr. Perry said, they'll all have a chair, they'll take and do minutes, they'll have a clear mission, they'll determine the member length, and they'll use the universal committee form that we created to recruit people into that committee. So just saying, I want a committee is a big deal. When we created the safety committee, it took 3 months just to get a safety committee. So we're about to talk about another ad hoc suggestion for cell phones. And I was wondering if somehow...
Can we finish because I believe...
No, but I'm talking about all these ad hocs. Can we not look, we have an extra committee that we're all on, and we're divided up into 2, 2, and 3. So could you look, y'all that want a committee, could you look at that and say, okay, well, building and grounds, could you put school buses under building and grounds? Is that too much of a stretch? And then Miss Justice could be put on that committee, and then she could, work it in her committee. You could swap, her from the one she has to, the next one. So that we don't have to create any new committees, we just work within the committees that we already have. That would be my suggestion.
Okay, Dr. Merrick?
So I'm going to beat a drum that you guys are going to get quite familiar with me beating, and that's good governance. Now, Mr. Anderson, I know you well enough to know that you're working your tail off to get this done, but it is our job as a board to oversee what the district is doing. And we have a responsibility to the public to take a look at what's going on in the district when there are problems. And there is no question that we have problems with our transportation. I'm not saying that Mr. Anderson is falling down on the job, far from it. But it is our responsibility to do everything we can, and it's possible that ad hoc committee comes and says, you know what? We've looked at everything, there's nothing more to be done. That's possible, but we owe it to the public to find that out. And as far as putting it in the safety, I don't think that's appropriate. Those committees are specifically around safety, they are not around bus transportation. So I am going to support Ms. Justice's desire to create an ad hoc committee.
Any further comments? So we have that at 10 minutes. Mr. Wildebohr.
I do want to highlight our two wonderful who have shared a document with me, which we shared for laundry before about policy 5120. The paperwork clearly shows that on 9/7/2021, there was a meeting held with Adam Warrior, Justice, Ms. Manis, Ms. Walker, and myself were attending the meeting, and that it was really passed at 7-0. So I think the attorney's also been given that.
I also commend Ms. Farnham and Ms. Brinson on their hard work. And I don't have any reservations anymore.
Thank you.
I feel it could be put into policy.
All right, thank you. All right, back to looking at ad hoc committees, student cell phone use ad hoc committee. Ms. Justice, how long did you think that needed?
10 minutes also, and it's obvious this is a huge issue. It's been a huge issue for almost decades now, and we really do need to address this in many, many ways. So a committee, an ad hoc committee would be very appropriate.
I actually have something that I was going to say. So looking back at this has been addressed in one of our committees already. So last year, I believe, I don't have the exact date on this paperwork, but the safety committee that was focused on discipline covered a whole large discussion about cell phone use. We also spoke with principals about the way that things are going, and the vast majority of them said we have a plan, we have a procedure. Now, that was in reference to policy, but we already have had some discussion on this as far as the safety committee goes. Ms. Bradford, did you want to add anything?
Well, and I kind of remember we were building and grounds, but we'd have to double check that because I don't remember. But I remember talking about
You were
inside the building. We have a committee, so you just need to get on that committee and go to town. Mr. McManus and I were on that committee. We worked really, really hard. We brought a couple proposals to the board. We got shot right out of the water. I think it's a big issue. I think we need to deal with it, but we have a committee. Just get on that committee.
Well,
We don't need a new one.
Mr. Wildebohr.
And I was going to reiterate and say we also used our town hall time as one of the topics. One of the topics we used and passed around was cell phones. So.
Ms. Barnhart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess when I'm looking at these, I guess I just want clarity. It's not anti having the discussion of these things, but what is the purpose? Is the purpose just to say that what is the goal behind it? Is the goal to say we don't want cell phone use? Is the goal to say, we want to hire X amount of bus drivers more? Like that, for me, when looking at this and justifying what is the purpose of the creation, that's what I want to know. We want to know the end in mind of what problem we're addressing, and I don't believe that I have that information as a board member, so not opposed to the conversation, but I'm confused where we're trying to go with it. And that is hard for me to be able to help the framework of the conversation and how we need to get there. So,
Ms. Justice?
And that is the purpose of having it on the agenda, so I can bring that at that point. As far as the cell phone use goes, I love the fact that there's already a lot of information about it, but this is a particularly contentious topic in ways. There's a lot of different stakeholders, and that's why I think it needs to be moved out of just the safety committee and have a separate ad hoc committee. I've been involved in this for over 20 years, and I talk regularly, I have kids myself, I talk regularly to staff members and parents. And so this is not something that is easily solved, and that's why a committee that would focus on this particular issue is so important. And it's basically it's in schools. There's no question about that. Sure.
Dr. Merrick?
Yeah, while campaigning, this is interestingly one of the issues that showed up again and again. Parents are really concerned, and rightfully so. And again, I'm going to beat my drum, it is our job as a board to oversee the district. Now, one of the things I kept hearing was that we have policies, but that not every principal followed them, or there was very inconsistent following of the policy. So maybe all the committee would be doing is saying, okay, let's get clear about what the policy is, and let's go back to Dr. Barnes and say, let's make sure this is being implemented appropriately. And if that's the case, then we're doing our job as oversight and answering our parents' concerns.
Ms. Bradford?
Two things. I would request that the staff would provide our new board members with the very extensive list of what every school's, what their policies are for cell phones. That's a good place to start. You could go back to the minutes of that, but I am more than happy to give you my spot on if board chair approval on discipline, so we can swap. I'll swap you B for C, and you can. I did it, and I didn't get anywhere, and I still want to get somewhere. So,
I do too.
And discipline is Pete. So y'all take it and run under the. If the chair says yes, rather than form a whole new committee, you could start tomorrow. You don't have to go through the board process, because every time we form a new committee, it takes a couple of months to get it to happen. I've been on this rat reel before. So this is the fastest way to start looking at cell phones. Just I'll swap you mental health for discipline. I don't care. I want you to do it. I exhausted myself on it and I got nowhere. So I want someone else to take the ball and run with it.
Ms. Justice?
I prefer to stay on mental health. I have a particularly personally strong reason for that. As far as discipline goes, the committee you're referring to, please stay on that. I would like the minutes and notes from that. This is the idea of
and those things are shared. Yes,
we do talk about that next week when we talk about putting it together. That's the whole point.
Okay. All right. Continuing on, New Hanover County Schools Employee Performance Bonus Plan Committee. Mr. Perry, how long did you think that you would need for that?
Depending on questions, I'd say 10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay.
You all have a proposal, a modified proposal. You've had a slightly altered drawing for longer than that. So I believe that this is, the work of this committee is big enough where, and extensive enough where it really needs an ad hoc committee dedicated to doing it, because developing standards of how to judge performance fairly across all of our different employees is going to take multiple meetings. It's not something that you're going to snap your fingers and get done, and we need the input of our employees from all over the place. So if you have any questions, please prepare them and ask me. I'm willing to work. I just like to get this going. I think it's a great idea. Everybody that I've talked to, seems to think, at least theoretically, that it's a great idea. And I know if we don't try to get this done, I can't guarantee success in the end, but if we don't try, we definitely won't succeed. And I think our employees are worth it.
Ms. Barnhart?
And I just want to commend Mr. Perry. This is very helpful in the process of the conversation that I'm looking for when we're talking about moving forward with the committee. So thank you for your diligence. I know you and I have had conversations and feedback, and so I've seen some of the things that we've discussed and some of the changes you've made. So I appreciate the background that you put into this, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Bradford?
And I agree. You've brought us a big, broad proposal, you've narrowed it down, and you've given us goals and purpose and who the members would be, and that gives me the ability to then consider voting on it. But I did send you a question, I think I sent it on board, and asked you to bring this to us. How do you plan to measure this? It's a great idea, and I'm all for it, but how do you plan to measure who's accomplishing or exceeding expectations in a
Thank you, and that's a very important question, and I think a lot of this is what the committee's work is how to do that fairly. I think there are some things listed here in regard the guiding principles, and under guiding principles of the plan, section D, it's going to differ for different types of employees, but one of the main things is focusing on student growth. And that's not always applicable if you're talking about other positions or a cafeteria worker, but it may not apply to but it probably does on teachers. But a lot of this is going to be the work of the committee to decide how to fairly judge this.
And Ms. Justice?
Yes, two things. Resources. We're so strapped for them in this district. That's what I'm for too. So that's one question, and the other one is also the input from the teachers themselves as far as having a policy like this. This is left out too much in just about everything, and this is natural, that has happened. My experience in this county is we don't listen to the staff from the bottom up enough and what their concerns are. So that somehow or the other, I don't know if it's from now until next week, but if staff have concerns about us having, if you could describe what exactly it is that you're proposing, the staff should hear this. I think that they too, of anybody, needs to be able to put input into this, because they're the ones in the classrooms, they're the ones it affects. And as a retired teacher myself and those up here, I always would have questions about a performance bonus as opposed to collaboration, which is always a challenge.
Mr. Perry, if you could answer that, and then Dr. Miller.
So this, just a broad scope, summary, this is a bonus plan for, based off to a merit bonus plan for all of our employees, or at least all of our full-time employees. That is the purpose of trying to implement this. This is not in any way meant to replace any bit of their salary or wages. This is an additional perk that our school system could offer that none of the other 114 school districts in the state offer, which would give us a competitive advantage with the goal of recruiting, developing, and retaining the best quality employees. You know, our employees are the lifeblood of our school district, and we need to reward them when they do an excellent job and go and exceed expectations, as they often do.
And Dr. Merrick?
I appreciate anything that we can do to honor our teachers, our staff. It's a big ask, right? Because first of all, you have to figure out how to measure, then you have to figure out who's done it, then you have to figure out how you're going to fund it. But I recognize that you ran on this. This was a big item that you ran on when you were campaigning, and you got elected. So somewhere it tells me that there's something there that our voters and our parents want to see too. It's a lot of work, but I support your effort to do it.
Ms. Barnhart?
Madam Chair, just for clarity, if this committee passes in next week's board meeting, this would be a committee to research the idea, not a fully approval of adoption. And so, again, this follows the line of looking through the concept, and if the concept is worth investing in, not necessarily that we have the money in hand to do it. However, if this is something that the board wants to pursue and looking at, then after that input is gathered, with this committee leading the charge, after that input is gathered, that would be where the board would help facilitate those conversations to pursue the sustainable funding for it.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
All right. Moving on, call to audience. The timing of call to audience, that was brought forward, and there's no document for either of those two. So timing was the request of a board member to move call to audience to a later time in the agenda. How long do we think we need to discuss that?
I think that's a point of work. Madam Chair, you're the chairwoman and you set the agenda, so it goes wherever you place it.
Well, I didn't know if the board would have
Strong
issues
feelings?
or strong feelings, and so if so, then we need to add more time to that. Dr. Merrick?
Well, she had her hand up.
Ms. Justice?
All right, so this was the first time I had heard that there was a concern, is when I saw this come across, you know, when this being, we did this in the past, and this is what I'm confused about. We have tweaked that particular policy. It seems like every new board does it. And I'm just really concerned that we're doing it again, and it was good the way we had worked at it. So it just really bothers me that here we go again. And one of the things that was very obvious during the last process is that if you moved the call to the audience to the end, which it had been for many years, and that's why they brought it forward, it makes it really hard for people to actually be able to participate. So I'm confused why we're trying to stop more audience or more community participation, because for me, whenever you do that, move it back again, it's obvious that you're trying, to me, this is my personal experience from having gone through this multiple times, is that you're trying to make it harder for the community to have input into our decision making. And if you do it at first, one of the main reasons we did it at the beginning was because if we were making decisions, we had a chance to listen to the public before we made decisions.
Mr. Wildebohr?
And I can't say that I'm for or against this decision, but with all due respect to my colleague over here, a lot of things have changed. Ms. Justice, you know, my colleague, you know as well as I do, we used to have meetings that ended at 11:30, 12 o'clock at night. Our meetings now have to end at 9 o'clock. So if it is a set decision of the board to move it to the 8 to 9 o'clock, it would be very evident to everyone when they need to be there. It wouldn't be like, oh my goodness, do I show up at 11:30? Do I show up at 10:30? Do I show up at 9:30? When do I show up? I have no idea. You know, we have, in the last year or 2 years, restructured our whole meeting so that we are done in 4 hours, so that we can, you know, so it is a very clear time for that, you know, for that group to be here. So, you know, I'm not saying I'm in favor or against it. I'm just saying that it is a different situation, vastly than when you and I were on the board before, because I wasn't really excited to be here at 11:30. Yeah.
Dr.
so-
Merrick?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I think we have to ask ourselves what the purpose is.
Mhm.
We're not checking boxes here. I have a motion that hopefully we'll get to eventually, probably next board meeting, around not voting on things that the public doesn't know about. We publish an agenda, and the reason we do that is so the public is part of the process. If we have call to audience moved after the actions of the board, it precludes them from being able to be part of the process. And therefore, they would have to be speaking to us about what's going to be happening the next month. And of course, they don't know about next month until 48 hours before. So we have a real duty to our stakeholders. We are a public board. We answer to them. And we need to honor their input. So the question you asked is how much time? I've got some real strong feelings about this, so I think, it'd probably be a longer time than a shorter one.
Thank you. Ms.
I was
Barnhart?
just going to call that attention. This is not the time to have the discussion about the time we have to call to audience, just how much time you think is needed for the discussion, so.
I'm
I
going
think
to-
you might need more than 5 minutes is my suggestion.
I'm going to delegate 10 minutes.
Okay.
And with that same idea, a board member brought forward, when there are multiple speakers on the same topic, grouping those comments, that was asked to be discussed, and I'm going to say, Mr. Perry, go ahead.
Under that same topic of grouping, I would like to bring an alternative measure in addition to what the proposed one was in regards to,
There's no proposed
well,
thing
we were
here.
having a discussion about grouping, so
So the-
what I'm saying is,
So, Mr. Perry, that discussion is going to happen next week.
right. So
So-
all I'm saying right now is I have an alternative idea, so I think it might take a little bit longer to
Okay.
get through this section than you were
So-
initially anticipating.
10 minutes.
Madam Chair?
Okay. Ms. Bradford?
I would just point out that on that one, it's written in our policy, so it'd be really great if everyone could read the policy before we have the discussion.
And I printed it out. It's just a matter of where I put it. So if you're wondering which policy, it is 2310 to look up. All right. Summary of call to audience comments. Dr. Merrick, how long do you think you'll need for that?
Speaking of a lot of documentation for a very, very simple ask, I would say this is about a 4-minute deal.
All right, I'm going to give it 5, just so, to be,
Look at you.
give you a little extra minute there. Okay, correspondence, 5 minutes, announcements, 5 minutes, closed session, and adjournment. Ms. Barnhart, do you have the calculation for?
2:05,
Two-
so
two-
3 hours and 25 minutes.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
All right. Now, continuing on.
And Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Bradford?
could we just quickly, Mr. Wildebohr brought it up, we have changed so many things from the way they used to be. And we have new board members. And so they've not been with us through this 2-year journey of evolving these meetings and how we do things. And the fact that if we don't get to the last thing on the agenda and the bell rings, then we go home and we don't deal with that. So that's why we're checking the amount of time for everything, because at that time limit, the chairperson is going to say, we're out of time. Do we want to extend the time? So everyone speaking 6 times on every issue is going to put us back here till 11:30 at night. We made a policy that says we can't go past 9 o'clock without extending the time. So it's done differently than it used to be. And I just want everyone to get really excited about that, because the staff has to stay here, the public has to stay here, we all have to stay here for hours and hours and hours. And the whole point of having this meeting was to get some things done so that we didn't have to do it and stay here till 11:30 at night, because our policy doesn't allow it any longer.
All right. I will entertain a motion to go into closed session pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11C for the following purposes: to prevent the disclosure of information that is privileged or confidential pursuant to General Statute 115C-402 and not considered a public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of General Statutes, to prevent the disclosure of student records rendered confidential under the Family Educational Rights, to consult with an attorney in order to preserve attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the board, and to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of an individual employed or considered for employment within the school system, or to hear or investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by or against any individual employee. Do I hear such a motion?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 7-0. We are now in closed session. a jelly bean. Seeing as everybody's back. All right, we are back in open session. We have the personnel report. Do I hear a motion to accept?
Second?
Okay. All those in favor of approving the personnel report signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes 7-0. All right, now on to the Google to Microsoft presentation. Oh, do we need to make an adjustment to the agenda for Mr. Worthington to go first? Or are we?
Yeah,
We need to make a motion. All right, so you are restart, yeah. All right, and I will second that. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes. Mr. Worthington.
I once said that I was not going to allow my kids' schedules to dictate mine. And that's the biggest crock of nothing that I have ever said. I'm now entering the stage where 2 kids and both are involved in practices, and so I appreciate you guys accommodating and making a change for me this evening. Good afternoon. Jared Worthington, I'm the Executive Director of School Support. One of my jobs is to supervise principals and schools in our districts, including Freeman and Snipes Academy. Freeman and Snipes Academy are 2 schools that are listed as restart schools. 7 years ago, New Hanover County Schools opted to allow Snipes and Freeman to opt into a restart model. This is part of North Carolina's reform model of schools. The restart model simply allows those schools to have a little bit of flexibility that other schools don't in a couple of different ways. One of those is primarily the budget. And so I'm going to let Ms. Sutton explain very briefly how their budget is a little bit different than the other schools in our district.
Sure, and it's really good timing. So there was actually a budget amendment in your packet that you'll approve next week that talks about the transfer. And so the budget flexibility that these schools have is that there's a state per pupil dollar amount that we are required by state law to transfer to those 2 schools into a different pot of money, so based on their student enrollment. And once it's in that pot of money, they have flexibility, being the principal, to use that money however they want to. So we, of course, work with them and we say, you know, these are our local funding formulas. So based on this formula, you would get this many teachers, you know, this media specialist, so forth, so forth. But they get to decide if they would choose to use that money differently. And they're able to do that. So that's the flexibility. And then they're not locked down into specific categories, how the state locks us down in our other funding sources. So, and let me know if you have any questions on that.
Thank you, Ms. Sutton. It's really just comes down to these 2 schools have a little bit more flexibilities in how principals make determinations within their buildings on their campuses. The other primary flexibility that we use for restart is calendar flexibility. These 2 schools have the ability to open a little bit earlier during the calendar year, and they can extend some of their intersession time so that they have breaks for teachers to attend PD, breaks to allow for certain things to happen on their campus. Right now, Freeman, as an example, has a communities and schools program where they are offering a plethora of really cool opportunities for families to come on campus to learn things, for kids to be on campus after school. So this is a program that we have requirements to meet with the state. In the fall, the state met with myself and the principals of both Freeman and Snipes and stated that we were eligible to ask for 5 more years. We have asked for those 5 more years from the state. The state said yes. The next step would be that you approve us to receive authorization to operate as a restart school at both Freeman and Snipes for 5 more years. There is, the only condition is really that they have to stay in it for 5 years, they being the state. We can opt out if we decide to at any point by writing to the North Carolina State Board of Education and receiving the exit for it. So that information is going to be provided to you in consensus next week, and you'll have an opportunity to vote on it. Again, it's a really simple program that just allows us to have a little bit more flexibility in 2 of our higher priority schools. I'll stop there, and if you have any questions, happy to answer.
Dr. Merrick?
How were Freeman and Snipes specifically chosen? If we look at overall performance, they might not be the same, and there might be other schools that, Snipes might be doing better than some other schools. What's the rationale for those 2 schools?
Sure. So original label for any reform model, which Restart is one of, comes with a stipulation that a school be continuously low performing at the beginning. And at that point, any school in any district can apply. These 2 schools have applied for it then, and for the record, originally it was a 5-year term, but because of COVID, they extended it 2 years, so they received 7 years. So that's why it's coming up now. So technically, any school that's labeled as continuously low performing could opt into and receive restart status. We usually would leave that up to the current school administration to make that call.
We have actually hit our 5-minute mark for this.
Madam
Ms.
Chair,
Bradford?
I would move that we take some of the things under information, A, E, and F, and move them to another meeting. But we're also going to have to extend time. We've hit our time for this meeting.
I'll second moving those to an alternative meeting.
Mr. Wildebohr?
A, the Google to Microsoft. E, update on foreign languages. F, open meeting law. And if anybody else that's presenting for information isn't here by any chance, then we could add that one. But I don't want to ask somebody that's come to meet with us to not get to do that today. But we obviously, we need to do B.
Ms. Justice?
Well, we've already got the staff here, and I was unable to attend the earlier meeting for our personal education on what was going on with our introduction to the Microsoft program. And it might be even be a better chance for you guys to be able to get immediate feedback. What I'm saying is I don't think we should put A off. I really don't. I would like to go ahead and discuss it now.
Okay. Any further discussion?
No. Chair, did I make that in the form of a motion? I did, didn't I? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay, you want to amend her motion?
What was that?
So I was amending her motion.
You're wanting to make an amendment?
Amendment to the motion. The other, I guess she was doing D and E. Putting on
E and F.
E and F, sorry.
So you're making an
I'm
amendment
making a motion to amend her motion.
I'll second it.
Okay. Do we have any further discussion? So this is on the amendment to the, yeah. Are we done with Mr. Worthington? Yes.
There's no action necessary.
No, not at all. It'll be in consensus next week.
Thank you, Mr. Kiddo.
Thank you.
You're looking good today, too.
It always looks.
We came in today's a good day for guys dressing up.
Thank you.
That's nice.
So the motion is an amendment to Ms. Bradford's, and that is to keep A, but to remove E and F for today. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
So that fails. So the original motion is to table A, not table, is to postpone A, E, and F
To the next meeting.
to the next meeting?
Agenda meeting.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I think actually we should probably do this. Mr. Louis, call the roll.
Madam Chair, may I ask for clarification of which meeting? You said next meeting, so.
The agenda, the next agenda review.
Okay, so that would be in February.
Correct.
And then, could you call the roll?
Ms. Mason?
No.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Justice?
Yes.
Dr. Merrick? Mr. Perry?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
All right, that passes. So we will postpone our discussion of A, E, and F. Moving forward, the AI pilot presentation.
So good afternoon. I think when we've mentioned the AI pilot program coming from the state, you guys requested that Evident, the vendor, come in and do a presentation for you. So we have brought them here, and they've brought their partner, Raptor, also to be able to share with you what they're proposing for the pilot program.
So good afternoon. Pleasure to be here and speaking to you all this afternoon in regards to the Artificial Intelligence Pilot Program. My name is Bob Johnson. I'm a solutions engineer with Raptor Technologies. I've been with Raptor 6.5 years and actually installed Raptor in 2007 at a school district outside of Chicago where I live and work. And again, pleasure to be talking to you today. I'll hand it over to Mark.
Hi, Mark Stevenson with Raptor Technologies. Happy to be here today.
Hello, Mia Budd. I am the Strategic Partnership Manager for Evident, and I'm from Greensboro, North Carolina.
Hello, thanks for having me today. I'm Sean Hall. I'm the head of Big Data AI and Edge Deployments for Evident USA, and I'm going to be the one presenting to you first today. So I think with that, we'll just go ahead and get started. Can we go to,
You got the clicker
right here? All right, so we're going to skip over this real quick. We made some quick adjustments because of timing before we send it over, but I don't think the agenda got set up right. So, but we are going to go in an introduction. We'll do a quick, what the AI technology is we're trying to deploy. We're going to talk about our partner Raptor and how it's going to integrate into the solution as well, and then we'll wrap that up with kind of a general project plan, how it should run. So we're from Evident USA, which is a subsidiary of Atos. There's a lot of small companies that we have bought in a conglomerate, but we work mainly out of the USA. I came from a small company that was acquired, so does a lot of companies that were within that. The technology that's being developed is developed around the world. In the US, in Europe, in Canada, we have sites all over the places where it's deployments all over the world. So we've been doing this for roughly 25 years. We've been partners with the Olympics since like 1982 and have been providing cybersecurity and video security surveillance systems for them. We're in lots of universities, we're in lots of airports, railways, train stations, government facilities, anywhere that requires very secure systems where they need to constantly monitor their cameras and AI systems. These are just a few of the references that we have. So recently we started deploying to JFK Airport here in the US. We're setting up camera systems there. We're also in the BAPS Temple system. They have over 600 cameras there that we've been deploying our VI Suite system to, but we're also, again, in universities all over the world. Depending on where you look, we're probably there. If you go through an airport, we're probably there. We have a lot of places. All right. My favorite part, the technology. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with video artificial intelligence, but it's been used since like the 1950s in one form or another. You've seen them on cameras going down the freeway for traffic cams, lots of different systems. Recently, the technology has really improved. Video AI systems with new neural networks can now identify objects and things as you go through. So what happens is this is a subset, well, this is a subset of a lot of AI. You've probably heard of like ChatGPT, right? So that's LLMs, and that's a different subset of AI as well as the generative AI that creates pictures and images so that the students can use in school. This is called computer vision AI, which is, it's a neural network training of objects, so computers can recognize what it's looking at from a video image.
Will you repeat that, please?
Yes, please.
Computer, what, the computer vision?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just your whole definition again, I wanted to repeat.
Oh, yeah, so the computer vision AI is it's a training of objects, so a computer can identify them from a video platform. So I always like it akin to if you have a 4-year-old and you teach them what an orange looks like, you're like, this is an orange. And you show them an orange. For the longest time, you'll go up, you'll show them an apple, say that, well, that's an orange. Like, no, that's an apple, or apple. So you show them another orange. This is an orange, that's an apple. So they go, this is an orange. Finally, after showing them, lots of different versions of that orange, they're like, this is an orange. And they know what that one orange is. They may not know what all the other fruits are, but when they see an orange, they're like, that's an orange. So that's basically what we're training the computer to do, is we pre-train it, we show it thousands and thousands and thousands of pictures, and then it knows that when it sees an orange, that's an orange. And all this occurs in the lab. So this is just one occurrence. So one of the use cases that we have is for like slip and fall detection. So we teach it to understand what a person looks like, and we teach it what it means when a person falls. So you have like a plane that you walk on, which is the floor, and we teach the AI that when the person is standing upright, that's correct. And then as a person falls, we teach it to understand when a person is going down and they're laying on a floor. So this is great in situations where maybe you have medical emergencies, someone's after school and they fall down and they can't get up and no one's seen them, someone gets injured on the playground, or situations. But the way we train this is we put thousands and millions of images into this to try to identify when this event happens, and then we put rules around it to try to determine if it's true or false, if it actually happens. So if someone just falls and then quickly gets back up and they don't stay down, then we can determine that's not an actual fall or nothing's done, so we just ignore that situation. So a lot of the use cases that we've set up that you guys have requested are for slip and fall, fire detection, smoke detection, mass crowd movement, which is, so let's say you're in a cafeteria and all of a sudden everybody runs to the right side of the cafeteria. It understands that behavioral analysis of a lot of people moving. Also weapon detection, so like anything, a weapon's an object. It's any object, so a weapon's just an object. We've trained it on millions of weapons. So if it sees that weapon, it's going to say, hey, I saw a weapon. It's going to put a little box around it, and it's going to send an alert out to the Raptor system. This alert then gets sent to somebody, somebody that can respond to either a 911 call or in the middle person that can say, yes, that's really a weapon, it's not a false alert, and they can push a button and move on. So the reason we do this is because in the majority of systems, most cameras are put in as a reactive type process. It's like something happened, so we're going to go back to the camera system and see what happens so we can try to fix it in the future. You can never hire enough people to sit there and watch the cameras. After like 35 seconds, the amount of information that the human will ingest it gets lower. It drops by like 75%, and after 40 minutes, it's even less than that as far as watching just one camera on a screen. So when you have 100 cameras or 1,000 cameras or 15,000 cameras, the more you get, the worse it gets, because there's so much information, it's impossible to watch it. Not only is it impossible to watch it just 8 to 5, but if you have to watch it 24/7, it's really, really hard to do. So we inject AI into this because the AI can watch the camera every single day in real time and be able to alert on these events when they happen. This system complies with all the current security policies. It complies with FERPA. All PII is stored locally. Our system is deployed on premise, so every school gets its own edge server. All the data stays inside the school on the edge server. It never goes outside of the school. We don't actually store any information. It's processed in real time. So instead of, we get a stream from the camera, it's called an RTSP stream. It looks at that image, a couple seconds of that image, it analyzes it, it decides whether or not an alert needs to get sent out, and then it deletes that footage. All the video footage that you still have is going to still exist on your existing camera systems, just not in the AI system. This is just an intermediary to tell you if something happened and should we alert on it. So no PII stored in that information. We're not doing any like facial tracking inside of that information. We're not doing any collecting of information. It's only collecting something about an event. So if it sees somebody fall, it's going to say, I saw somebody fall on this camera, and then we're going to send an alert to whoever we're supposed to send that alert to. All right, this kind of goes into some of the school use cases that you can. So depending on the schools and the orientation that you have, there's a lot of different use cases that you can do. So similar to like outside, you can have perimeter detection outside in front of the school, around crosswalks, around bus parking. You can have detection in schools as far as hallways. You can do slip and fall, smoke detection, weapon detection at staff entrances. You can be looking just for adults walking into the building. All the perimeter around the playground, fences. You can set up perimeter detection, so if somebody walks into a perimeter that's not supposed to, if maybe they jump a fence, it'll notify that someone jumped a fence either coming in or out. So you can say, hey, some kid climbed a fence in the back and is trying to play hooky for the day, or someone came into the school that's not supposed to. You'll be able to identify those perimeter detections in real time, and it'll send a response and somebody can respond to that. So I'm trying to keep this short in the matter of time. So, and what this does is it creates live alarms. So instead of being reactive or being proactive, as soon as we see it, we send an alarm and we notify a team, whether it's EMS, police, local response team at the school, school nurse, whatever. We're able to give them that alarm and have them respond to it. And then we can generate reports off of this. How many alarms per week are doing? Are we picking up a lot of good, positives? Are we keeping any false negatives? And how many of these events are occurring from school to school? So maybe we have a lot of perimeter intrusions at one school and we need more cameras, or maybe we don't have any at another, and everything's good. We're able to report off those and create nice dashboards for you that way. Like I said, the things that we want to track for you guys right now are threat detection, the smoke and fire, obviously, slip and fall, intrusion detection, crowd, and I think we went over this, loitering. Loitering is kind of an extension of the perimeter, or the perimeter detection. It basically tells you if someone's in an area they're not supposed to be. I always use it akin to, if someone goes into a hallway where there's not a camera and they're trying to smoke in the hallway or doing something they're not supposed to, you can say, this person went into the hallway for 5 minutes, they've been there and they never exited it. Maybe someone fell in there, maybe they're doing something they're not supposed to be. Maybe someone should go check on them, because that hallway has never been, they're not supposed to be just standing in that hallway in between classes or hiding out. Okay, so, and then all these alerts, they go into a notification system called Raptor. Raptor is a close partner with ours. They've been working with schools around the nation. They're in thousands of schools. They do everything from notification to drill managers to a lot of other things that's not included in this. I'm going to hand this over to Bob right now and let him talk about Raptor. Thank you.
So Raptor, our involvement with this project is affording you not only the notification element of what signal gets sent from Evidin to Raptor, but also the complete Raptor emergency management suite of products. Raptor is a Houston-based company. We are only in K-12 schools. That is our sole purpose. We work with no other customers other than K-12 schools. We're in well over 40,000 schools across the country and over 7,600 school districts. We partner with many safety and security platforms like Evidin, Rapid SOS for 911 integrations, as well as the I Love You Guys, which is a foundation that helps schools and districts handle emergencies, their standard response protocol, their standard reunification method. So again, the partnership with Raptor and Evidin is that when there is a signal in Evidin for the cameras detecting a situation as what was described on that earlier slide, that will trigger a notification workflow in Raptor to trigger notifications out to the principal, the assistant principal, the nurse, or a building-wide emergency, again, depending on the configuration with your safety and security team. Now, Raptor Alert is the platform for making those notifications. Raptor Alert is device agnostic, so no matter what device a staff member is on, Chromebooks, laptops, etc., they can receive notifications as well as issue notifications outside of the detection from the evidence system. Right? and again, we have a broad scope of other partners that we work with. So not only will a trigger from Evidin trigger an alert in Raptor, it will also then allow 911 to be notified through our partnership with Rapid SOS, as well as, again, even notifications out to your local fire, police, and EMS. Now, once that emergency has been triggered, that will then begin the process of what's called accountability. Now, these are all parts of the Raptor emergency management platform. So again, the Raptor alert, we're talking about accountability, the next phase of that emergency, where you need to account for people that are within the building. Real-time updates on where your staff are, where the students are. First responders will also have access to this information. Again, real-time dashboards to know, are there any injuries in the building, who is injured, and where they are. Right? That next phase of the emergency is called reunification. So heaven forbid there is an emergency that requires your students to be moved to an off-site location. This is where Raptor reunification comes into play. So again, working with your safety and security team, establishing that off-site location. Now the communication from your communications team can go out to the parents and the guardians of where they need to pick up their students, and they will follow a preset process with the I Love You guys and the standard reunification method for accounting for those parents that have arrived at the reunification site. And only authorized parents and guardians will be able to pick up those students part of the reunification. Once that reunification has been made, all the other guardians will receive a notification letting them know that the parent has picked up that student. And then finally, Raptor Drill Manager, again, part of the Raptor Emergency Management Suite, which is part of this pilot for your schools, the ability for you to practice these emergency preparedness drills, right? This builds muscle memory. It follows everybody through the process of what happens when an alert is made. So again, whether it's a detection by the evidence system for someone that fell in the parking lot that needs medical assistance, which is what we would consider a lower level situation, notifying certain people, or if there is a weapon detection, then notifying the entire building to follow your preset protocols for that type of an emergency. With that, I think we're towards the end. Going back to experience? Yeah.
Maybe just one more quick. So just as far as wrapping up the project, to do this, the way that we would deliver this is we'd like to choose at least 3 schools within the district, usually an elementary, a middle school, and a high school. Usually every district has its own needs and concerns, and every district is kind of unique as far as what's important, as far as what type of security they need and what's happening in those districts, especially from each one of the schools. So we choose each one of those so we can come up with the correct procedures and the correct events and places that want to be monitored and alerted on. And then we start to roll that across the rest of the schools. So we'll work with school administrators, we'll work with your security teams, we'll work with your project managers, whoever is in that process, to define which schools are next and how fast we can roll this out across the schools to minimize any disruption to anything going on. So after that, it just goes into kind of a support mode. Everything's set up, everything's configured. The hardware is under warranty for 3 years. It's 24/7 support. The software is licensed for 2 years for both the Raptor and the VI suite, so it provides you just a whole unified package and support for the 2 years of the pilot. And with that, I guess, thank you for listening to our quick presentation. Any questions?
So we've gone a little over on our time, so I am going to make a motion to extend our discussion of this, because I know that we have a lot of questions, by 10 minutes. All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes. So we now have 10 extra minutes to ask questions, and I know that there are a lot. Mr. Wildmore.
Well, and just to be totally transparent, I received a phone call from Davidson County, and I chatted with the county commissioner from up there. And I guess maybe the question is not necessarily for you, but for our team here, we do have to select the same one as Davidson County, correct? Or how does that work?
Whoever chooses first.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I think I may need to speak to that.
Dr. Barnes?
Yeah, sorry, I emailed you guys today, and you may guys not have all caught up to it. I spoke with the Davidson County Superintendent yesterday. Their camera pilot got all the way to their consent agenda. It did get pulled off of their consent agenda, and they're back in some of the same discussion phase. So currently, it is not approved in Davidson County at this moment in time.
I have a final question. This system only alerts when a weapon is branded. So I know that Mr. Anderson went and looked at another one that actually would somehow detect a weapon that was not branded. But it is correct that the gun would have to be a weapon, any sort would have to be out. Is that correct?
It doesn't have to be out, it just has to be in visual range, right? So if the weapon is under a jacket or in a backpack, it's not going to detect that because it's a visual tool for detecting that. So if it sees it out, if it sees a partial portable weapon out, if it's, part of a weapon coming out of the back of a coat, it has the possibility of detecting that, yes.
And I hate to ask this question, but I think it's very important to ask. Is this the same system that was used in Davidson County, Kentucky, where there was a school shooting last week?
No.
It's not? Okay,
No.
that's good. Okay. That's very good. And I think that's the end of my questions. Thank you.
Dr. Merrick?
First of all, thank you for the presentation and for all the
We're glad to be here.
You'd mentioned earlier that there was no identification of individuals, and yet many of your slides do mention facial recognition.
Yes.
So, of course, and this is less for you and more for us, I'm very concerned about profiling and individuals' faces and privacy matters. I think there's a lot of concern about that. So that's something for us to talk about.
So, and I can answer that a little bit. There's different types of technology when it comes to facial recognition, and the amount of power it would take to do profiling and identifying anything isn't built in the system. And this isn't that type of technology anyway. The way this technology works, what this would do is that you would collect a database, say, of a database of sex offenders in the district. If you have, your tier 1 sex offenders, they can be loaded into it and it would learn just those faces. But that's all it knows. And then it's doing a matching-based algorithm once it learns those faces and says, yes, I see this. And then all it does is say, I think I saw this person. And then it puts it down. It doesn't know, if you've never been loaded in the system, it doesn't know who you are. You're just a couple of pixels, and it says, I don't find a match. And all it's trying to do is do that matching.
So it does not recognize students?
No.
The next question, sorry, really quick, is with all of these systems, there's got to be a false positive and false negative rate. What do you got for us?
That's really hard to answer because it's very variable. It varies from camera to camera. It varies because cameras have different specs to them. It depends on how far away it is, it depends on the resolution of the camera, and it depends on the lighting in the building. So it varies greatly. Our solution to that, to help that, is we have a very intricate rule-based system in a system to help identify that. So we can look at something and identify something, and then we can add other rules on top of it. So we can say, in the instances, like if somebody crosses a perimeter, but they only stay there for 5 seconds and they're not there, and they leave that perimeter, we can say, don't alert on that. That way you're not getting, false things. Or if you see something that comes in and it doesn't look like a person in the perimeter, maybe it's just a dog, it won't alert on that. So we can say only alert on people that inside the perimeter. And the same goes for all the rules in that. So it's a nice, and then it's a drag and drop rules-based engine where you pull little boxes and you say, do this, do this, do this, and if this, then alert. Then what happens is it gets sent to the Raptor system and they can look up the actual system. So in the event of like a weapon, you may want to just alert on everything. And false alerts are good sometimes because what we do is the false alerts, we can go back and we can request those false images and we can train those back into the system to make the system even better. The more false alerts you can get, the better the system can get. If you never get false alerts, you never know what to train off of until what it's not doing, right? So what we're trying to do is we're trying to make it better by doing that, but it doesn't, we use that rules-based engine to try to eliminate that as much as possible.
Ms. Justice, did you have any questions?
No, I'm enjoying their questions, not enjoying, but they're asking good questions, so I'm just leaving it to them.
I would just like to say, in the past, we've had some situations at various schools, and the reunification component of this, I think, is fantastic. That it notifies parents, it notifies guardians, and you have to have a signature capture and a date and time stamp that adds that safety component to it. And so I just wanted to comment that reunification would be extremely helpful in situations like we've had in the past. So, Ms. Barnhart, did you have anything?
Thank you. I think one of my colleagues is going to speak
to some of the security, safety of storing information and stuff, because I think that's important not only to us, but just to our individuals listening. One of the things you kind of touched on is that Raptor, you guys are partners with the I Love You Guys. And this is one of the standard protocols we use when we're in either a secure or hold lockdown. So this is already an organization that our community is familiar with and has been well received, to be very honest, rather than just saying your child's in lockdown. To know that your child's insecure because of an issue going on outside of their school is kind of heart palpitations for a parent to say, I appreciate that communication, because that's the worst thing is when a parent hears from social media that something might be happening at your school. And then this calls start coming in, the texts start coming in. So to be able to have a good form of communication so this guy can help do his job better, to say this is what's going on, this is how we're proceeding and going forth. So I just wanted to point that out because I think it's important to know that we do have familiarity with you guys. And I wrote it down and I asked you to repeat it. Computer vision AI. Because artificial intelligence sounds like a scary thing. And I have to break it down to understand for what's actually happening. Because there's a learning technology where you're teaching it to do something with the information you're given versus an identification factor. And what you are sharing and you are proposing for us to use is an identification factor tool. Is that correct? We're not teaching it to learn things and to do something with that information.
It's very similar. And with technology, you already use day-to-day, right? So it's, if you have one of those Amazon, doorbells or something like that, that usually does two things for you. Either says there's a person at my door, there's a package at my door, or I saw movement, right? So movement just means the frame changed. I mean, mine goes off when the lights change outside because it says, oh, something changed. But if someone drops a package down, it'll say there's a package at the door. So, and that's all it knows. It doesn't know anything else that's going on. It's just trying to tell you when something actually happened and do it in real time versus, you can go back and look, oh yeah, somebody came into my school like 14 hours ago, but most schools don't have the staff to watch their cameras and be able to identify that. So we're trying to decrease that time, that time to response.
And that's what I think I'm going with this is, in the general statute, it outlined a bunch of things that your company has the ability to do. We had to look for companies that had the ability to do all of these things. But here, in our local level, we have the flexibility to choose the things we want it to do, and the things that you are advising or recommending that we have flexibility with are threat detection, smoke and fire detection, slip and fall detection, intrusion detection, crowd panic detection, and loitering detection.
Correct.
Those are the 6 that you are proposing for us to consider.
Yes, ma'am.
Just want to verify. Thank you. Ms. Bradford, did you have any questions?
Yes. And just to clarify, did I hear you say that this is the same AI as the Ring doorbell technology?
It's not the same AI, but it's the same type. It's in the same category, right? It's a computer vision AI. So we have our own data scientists. We have over 150 PhD data scientists that create their own AI and their own things to do this. So we have lots of smart people working on this problem, trying to create the best system to do that. Amazon does their own, Google does their own. Everyone has their own, their own flavor to this, but this is our own system that we've developed.
I'm going to pause you right there for a second because we are coming up on, we only have 1 minute left of this time. So I want to make sure everybody has the opportunity to ask all the questions. So I would like to make a motion to extend 10 more minutes.
Second.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. We now have 10 more minutes.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Bradford.
I'll make it quick. You had said, I have here license plate recognition, and it had a little arrow by the school bus. So can you explain what that license plate recognition would be doing?
If you decide to implement it, and again, that's an if. It's part of the system, but just like facial recognition, which is part of the system, you don't have to implement that thing. For most of the schools, we would, when your RFP came out, it said you were interested in these certain areas. So while it's capable of that, you can have a camera out front and it can identify a license plate, and it's the same as the facial recognition, right? So it's not tracking all the license plates that come through, but it's going to look for specific ones that you want it to look for. So you can put in certain license plates and say, I know that this person, is not supposed to be around the school, and we know their license plate number, so it can specifically look for them and tell you if that vehicle pulls up to the school. Same for buses. If a bus pulls up to the school and you want to know that bus 36 has come up, we can identify that and say, hey, this bus has come up because we see the license plate and we know this is associated with bus 36, or it's, left the building.
Okay, and you had said that the technology couldn't identify a weapon that was under your jacket or something like that, only when it's coming out.
Yes, ma'am.
What's the time span between the coming out and the alarm bells going off?
I haven't seen between it coming out, it's milliseconds. So from the instant it sees that, it takes roughly like 0.01 milliseconds for it to do the actual analysis, and then it kicks off a trigger to the Raptor system, which is super fast as well. So
We're talking 1 to 2 seconds.
Yeah.
We will receive the trigger, and then that will send a notification to the people in the building, administrators, or you decide who gets notified.
Correct.
But it's within a couple seconds.
Thank you. I'm done.
And I do want to comment on your license plate question. There is no external data that's coming into the system, so the system doesn't know any additional information, like you can't identify this license plate number is to this person because it's not connected to any data source to tell you who that is unless you tell the system who that license plate belongs to.
Yeah, so this is defined as an edge-based AI. So all the processing is done at the school itself. Nothing goes to the cloud, nothing goes anywhere else. It's all at the school on that one system. The only thing that's going out to Raptor is, I saw something that happened on this camera, go tell somebody. It doesn't get any more information than that.
Bless you.
Yeah, I was just daydreaming. Could it help our car line situation?
We have a product for that. You can talk about that.
Yeah, there are solutions and ideas around improving that too, so that's always, an option.
Mr. Perry?
I'm going to try to give a bunch of rapid-fire questions here. So let's start with kind of more the company-wide thing. This isn't about you, Raptor Tech. This is about Avedon. Your parent company, Atos, is in France. I've read news reports that that your parent company is in financial difficulty and may be seeking bankruptcy under the French government. If they go down, how secure are we going to know that you're going to be here next year?
No, so that's all been repaired. So they did have some financial issues in the past. There are two divisions of Atos, which is our division, which is Evident, was the big data and AI division, which has always been profitable. And in the event that happened like 3 years ago, when they were really serious about that, they were rolling us off into an entirely different company, which is why we became Evident. Right now, they've secured financing through the government to keep certain portions of it going, and through private equity. So everything's stable. They've also been lifted up. I think they're back up to like a B credit rating. Yeah, but a lot of it was from legacy business that we had in the past that they've been cutting off and getting rid of. So the company is stable now and moving forward at least for the next 10 years.
Thank you. Next question. You mentioned universities, other airports. I know this is a pilot in North Carolina, but are there any other U.S. school systems that are using the Avedon product right now?
University in the U.S., not really, not in the U.S. We have more around the world, but it's relatively new to the U.S. Most AI systems are new to the U.S. So this is just in general, AI systems are new.
Okay. Getting on the more technical, and I'm a IT guy. I do not claim to be an AI guy, but I have been in software engineering for about the last 30 years. So I know a little bit about what I'm talking about. And one of the things that, generally, you're calling this AI, and generally, as opposed to just a nice algorithm, a nice bit of programming with some nice features, but most people, at least I think, that the difference between AI is that it learns. And how can it learn without data? You're telling us that there is no data. How does it learn from once? You said you taught it in the lab, I guess, but that how, if there's a false positive, how does it learn again? Or how does it learn? if you're not collecting this data? Secondly, if you're not collecting this data, if you're not doing facial recognition, not keeping biometric information on our students and our teachers, how do you do intruder alert? How do you know who's not supposed to be there if you don't know who is supposed to be there?
Okay, so I think there's a couple questions in there that I'm going to try to answer. So first around the AI and the training. So the AI in general, most training is called supervised training. So you collect a lot of data and then you train that model on that data. And then when it runs, it's running in what's called an inference mode, which is similar, even your chat GPTs and your other systems are learning in what's called an inference mode. So what happens is after you've trained it to know how to do a lot of things, you can ask it things, and it knows everything that it's learned how to do. When it first came out, you could ask ChatGPT, tell me, if you asked it, tell me what the weather is in Boise, it'd say, I don't know, because my data is from 2 years ago. So it learned how to, it can tell you things about history and what had happened and everything that's going on, but it never learned how to look up what current data is, because it had no idea how to do that. Newer technologies around that allow it to build algorithms to do that, so it's starting to learn how to do that. So there is some learning in there that allows it to know how to build code, so it could call an API, which is it's a programming thing to go pull information from like a weather database. So that's how those systems learn. In vision systems, there are some systems that can do that. There is like real-time learning systems. But this is just a subset. This is a pre-trained model for object detection. So yes, it doesn't know exactly who is and who is not supposed to be here unless you're going to go through and give it a picture of everybody in the school. But it does know that from the hours of 5 to 10 o'clock that no one should be climbing the fence of the school, right? Or no one should be entering this room into the boiler room or somewhere else in the school. It knows those things, right? The same thing with weapons. It knows that you're not supposed to have a weapon, so if you pull out a gun in school, that's not supposed to be there, so it's going to detect that and send that. We're not collecting biometric data because, by law, parents don't want, their children being tracked. They don't want that biometric. We have to comply with HIPAA laws, we have to comply with PII laws, and we have to comply with FERPA. So this system was designed to not track that biometric data because it's not supposed to be.
I did see a video, this is on your YouTube site, which kind of gave a little bit of a demo, or I don't know or if it's a demo or what you want to call it, and it says, it's showing these neat little pictures where student positively identified, possible intruder, again, how do you know that that's the positive student unless it has some idea of what that student looks like? Finally, but I know that we're running out of time, and also just to follow up on that, it says you're powered by Azure when you go online and we talk about you, but then you're saying everything's going to be local.
Okay.
But you can answer that question next. The last thing is just do we have any effectiveness rates on there? Do we know how many of these shooting incidents are coming from brandished weapons versus unbrandished weapons? Apparently there was an incident in Nashville, Tennessee last week where a kid brought a school concealed in his jacket into the cafeteria, went right by the AI system, and he shot somebody in the cafeteria.
Okay. So in response to your question, sir, so first off is, how do we know it's a person? You can see a student. Well, in those videos, those students were trained, so it knows how to identify those students, right? So it knows they're in the database, and this is who we're trying to identify. So we're showing that capability. As far as the Azure, there were two programs that we were running. One was a program with Microsoft through Azure called VISE. It was a program, but it was cloud-based, and that was not well received because it was cloud-based. It was also subsidized by Microsoft at one point, but that's been deprecated because we found that the technology is improved enough that we can pull it to the edges in schools and we can conserve the data a lot better. Plus, it becomes a lot more effective this way and cost-effective this way.
Thank you.
So we are at our time. We have a question from a board member who didn't get an opportunity. We have a question from the superintendent, and we have a question from Eddie, Mr. Anderson. So I would like to make a motion to extend for 5 more minutes.
Second.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0. So I'm going to go board member and then, so Ms. Justice?
Yes, how long is the state paying for this program?
So they've allocated funding for the first 2 years of the program. So through, if we started this year, it'd be through, what is it, 25, 26, like early 27. So it depends on when we start. But the RFP that we gave back to the district was for 2 years, 24 months.
And how much would we have to be paying after the program, the state's through paying for it?
Estimate roughly costs are about 20% for licensing and support after that. And that's just for the licensing and support of the software. The hardware is all up front. So all the hardware is purchased up front, so you own the hardware. The licensing and software is all purchased up front, except for Raptor is a SaaS product, so they're constantly updating. So they have a year-to-year, but that's in the first 2 years. And then support of the VI suite, which is the AI stuff, is roughly 20% of the licensing, just because we're retraining models constantly, we're improving the system, we're giving you updates, you're getting new versions, you're getting support, so you have all that support that's built
Okay,
around
but
that.
how much would we be paying, an estimate of?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
So how much would, oh, sorry, that's right, I'm sorry. How much would we be paying? I mean, I just heard all of that. But how
I think it comes into like 300 to 400K a year.
Oh, really? Okay, and does it have to have a Microsoft system in place in the district in order to operate?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, not really a question. I just had a couple of comments. I mean, first of all, recognize there is not one single system that will solve the safety issues in schools across America or anywhere else in the world. So in terms of weapons detection, what I like about this system is that if someone gets out of their car and pulls a weapon out of the trunk, I know about it as a principal and put that school in lockdown before he gets halfway across the parking lot. Now, if they have a handgun inside a jacket and they walk into the building, this system may not detect that until the weapon is brandished. But then we have other weapons detection systems. All of these things have to work together. And it's even working together. It's not a guarantee. It is, the most important thing in all of this ultimately boils down to people, their awareness, their situational awareness, our training, and all of us and all of these systems working together. As far as the facial recognition, I want to clarify something there. If I pulled up a camera in a school and I click on a person, student, staff, visitor, it doesn't know anything because it's not connected to anything. However, I really would like the ability, if I have a person that violently attacked a staff member, I would love the ability to put that person's picture into the system and it alert me when they show up on campus so that I can lock those doors before they ever get in. And it does have that ability. It only has the ability to recognize someone if you give the system, their picture. And I think that's a really, very, very proactive thing that I can do to help protect my building if I'm the school principal.
Dr. Barnes?
Just a real quick, first for you folks, this is not a question of the ability of the program or anything else. Our board is wrestling with the legal, the ethical, and the safety issues that all these things bring around together. So obviously safety is a critical issue for all of us. We are trying to build a multi-layered system of support that addresses behavior and addresses violence on lots of different fronts. Couple of things that you had said, I think Eddie, you mentioned about the ability to make our administration more proactive rather than reactive, which is in a place where seconds count. But I also wanted to ask you guys, the features that, there's a sort of a laundry list of features you can turn on and off. We can turn off features and then lock those, right? So they can't be, so that there's a district designation of someone who may unlock
100%.
it. So we are able to sort of control some of that.
That's even been requested
well.
in the past, right? So if they don't want certain features, we'll just give you the licensing for certain features. So it only unlocks those certain features. And then the rest of it, if you ever want in the future, you just have to request a new licensing bundle. So it does that. And that's once you have a package, that's free to do that. You can push it down or up as much as you want.
So we've hit our time again. we've hit our time again. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you for having us. It was
coming.
great meeting you.
Is there a way, if there are any further questions that we have, is there a way to contact you?
Yeah, I will leave my card. I'm sure Raptor will as well, and then you can, if you want to collect that information, just have one person send it. It's easier for us to do it, because a lot of times, if a lot of people's new emails, our email system, they get missed or they get filtered out into the spam, so I want to make sure that we get all the questions.
You would like to send your questions to Eddie, Mr. Anderson, he would like to send it.
I'd be happy to work with anyone to get all those questions answered for you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you very much.
All right. Continuing on in the agenda, service and/or therapy dogs. Dr. Barnes.
I can beat your 15 minutes. I can name this song in 3 notes. I want to make a real clear distinction that there is a significant difference between a service animal and a therapy animal or a comfort animal. I want to make sure it's clear that we follow the ADA accommodations in regards to service animals. That's federal law. I do know that there was questions about having therapy dogs in schools a few years ago. I have reached out to those people and set up a time to meet and sit with them and some of my staff to talk about some of the legalities of having that as available. I just wanted to make sure I cleared up that there is a difference between therapy animals and service dogs. There are some legal and insurance things that need to be worked out, but I have reached out to those people and offered to have a chance to talk with them.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
For clarification, Dr. Barnes, you're talking about service animal programs in our schools, correct?
No, individual students who require, or staff who require service animals as a part of their Americans with Disability Act that's federal law, and those are allowed, and we have specific criteria for those.
But you're talking about getting us information on bringing service animal programs into the school. Therapy.
Therapy.
Thank you.
All right. Sounds good. Any other questions?
Look at that.
To the last item on the agenda, committee assignments. Ms. Bradford, since you added that, why don't you go ahead? There was no time allotted to this, but as of right now, we have 10 minutes left of this meeting.
Okay. Just to let you know, the reason I left the room, I was having an allergic reaction. It's my second one tonight. So I have to deal with that. And I was over there listening. So my cognitive's not real good right now, but I was extremely frustrated to go 58 days without committee assignments. I'm still frustrated with the committee assignments. I asked to be on committees. I invested in them last year. I wanted to continue the work I was doing. The process was flawed, and I hope that we never repeat it again. I can appreciate the complexity of the situation, but it did not seem to be as fair as I would have appreciated, and it had a lot of bumps in it. And I feel like we need to talk about it because it was on social media, it was on platforms, it was in the media itself, and we didn't have any conversation. If I chose not to engage in social media, then I had no dialogue. If I chose not to speak to the media, then I had no dialogue. And I felt that was extremely unfair. And there's just been a lot of confusion and a lot of swirling. And I would like, because Mr. Wildeboer was our chair for the last 2 years, I'd love to hear him address how we did it last year and how we did it the year before, because maybe my memory is defective, but I remember how it went. And so I'd like to clear that up. And I'd like to clear up, I mean, just yesterday, I got a new committee assignment. And while that's lovely, I was taken off of one and added to another, it's not a lot of fun when it's happening to you. So I'm just going to quit with that in the sake of time, but it's been very upsetting for me. We're 58 days into this cycle. There's only 12 months in every year, and so we've missed a lot of time where we could have been working in these committees and getting things done. Thank you.
So I'm going to speak to this as I have the authority to do. We've lost focus. The fact that we are focusing on committee assignments instead of on students and teachers and the things that we need to do is a little disturbing to me. From the start, I communicated with this board. There was a comment made earlier that was stated that I did not communicate well with this board. I communicated with this board from the beginning. I expressed that my goal and intention for each board member was to be in at least one committee that they were passionate about and at least one committee that would stretch them. That was my goal. I informed the entire board before I asked for anything, and then I moved from there. I attempted to send out a committee assignment request, but with the change to Microsoft, it didn't work. But I still compiled everybody's requests, and I sat down and I looked through every single one, and I made sure to put every person on at least one committee that they were passionate about, and at least one committee that they either was going to stretch them or that they had never experienced before. That was my goal. I stated it from the start. I have since communicated along the way with every single board member, whether through email, text message, or via phone call, to get feedback from each of you, because this is a collaborative process. I feel that the changes I made reflect that feedback. I have sent emails to every single individual or talked to every single individual that has changed. So I did send an email to my colleague on the right prior to handing the committee assignments out. So that is absolutely false. And honestly, like I said, I think we've lost focus. We want to talk about past procedure. Respectfully, I am not Mr. Wildebohr, so I am going to do things differently. And there have been changes in previous years that have occurred. Maybe not as many, but there have been changes in previous years that have occurred. And I do have the documents from the past 2 years. So there have been changes. So this is not brand new. This is something that has always been a work in progress and continues to be a work in progress. The collaboration of the board, because it is not just me, was absolutely imperative, and I wanted to be sure that all of the voices were heard before I made final decisions. The main focus and the main person that got moved the most was myself. I moved myself so that I did not inconvenience any other member of this board. And that was my task to do. I took that, and I really, truly do not appreciate the demonstration of a lack of respect for my integrity. And I am pretty disappointed that this continues to be an issue when we have so many other more important things to discuss. Dr. Merrick.
First of all, I want to commend you, because I think that the requests that you made of us to describe what we would like and what we could use was novel, and I think it reflects your desire to work across the board, all of us together as a committee, and it was one thing that made me feel like we were all working together. So I want to commend you on that, and I also want to second, in a sense, what you've said. This is petty. We need to be working on our kids. We need to be working on our schools. We need to be working on our budgets and our funding. And if you don't like the way Ms. Mason has done it, let's elect someone next year. Thank you.
Ms. Justice.
Having been in previous boards, as I said previously, it's changed every time. I was on one board where the chair probably changed it a dozen times within 3 days. And it's in policy, and she has it right. I do appreciate the fact that she looked at all of our interests and all of our strengths and all of our desires to maybe go into another direction, and she did it fairly. I do not appreciate the political behavior that has happened around this. I said for 2 years when I came up to the call to the audience constantly, the biggest problem with this board was the political influences that were distracting us from our schools and our kids. And this is another example of it. Let us move on. Work together as a team. Do what we can do with our strengths. The Madam Chair did put us in the right positions, I think. And it's already working as far as I can see. So let us please just go forward positively and stop being political, please.
Mr. Perry?
I first wanted to say that I think you, as far as your communications, I think you did communicate how you were going to approach as far as what you were looking for and what criteria you were using to place people on the committees. I don't think that's in any doubt in my mind. As far as the only part of communication that I think that you failed to communicate properly was that the list that you gave us at the January 7th meeting has since been described as a draft when it was not labeled as a draft or a proposal. And there's a difference between a list that is subject to change and a draft. I ended up making a Facebook post thanking you for your confidence in me in making me the chair of the policy committee. You changed your mind on that, and that is your prerogative. But had I known it was a draft, I certainly would have made that post. So I just think it's important to acknowledge that sometimes we get it wrong, not because you intended any evil. We all fall short. So that's all I'm saying.
We have 1 minute left, Ms. Barnhart.
I just want to say, I understand the passion, and I want to remind us of the board ethics. Having this discussion in my mind is actually nothing what my colleagues have said right now. I just want to make sure that we are all on the same page of where we are going, because if I say so-and-so needs to be reached out to for Title IX or for policy, I want to be accurate with my information. I think it's imperative that as elected officials, we are sharing consistent information, and I think that's going to help us as a board. And so that was the conversation turned differently from the discussion at the table, but that was my intention, to have this open conversation, because this is how we have to do business, is in an open forum together. So it's not coming from a place of, I absolutely agree. It is in policy, it is your job as chairwoman to assign committee assignments. And I want to ensure that I'm not telling people that I'm on something different that I'm supposed to be on. And with everybody else, this is public information. So I just want to make sure that it's consistent public information that we are sharing. So I'm going to end with that. Thank you, ma'am.
We are at time at this point.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. We are adjourned.